Hello, everyone. Oh no. Uh, I don't have. Hello, everyone. I don't have Zeta's and Tallcat's audio available. Uh,
It's okay. I never thought we were really all that important to the stream anyway.
Yes, this is Tristan all the way.
Tristan and some animated Zeta and Tall Cat as a.
We're going to be doing sign language. We're solving by sign language.
Uh, we have audio.
Okay, good.
Some people in chat are telling us this is a stream from 13 hours ago, so at least it's already set how we're going to do. Uh,
And they can hear all of us. Woo!
excellent, excellent.
Okay. Producer, are we okay to start talking?
I mean,
Now I can't hear Tristan anymore.
I don't think he's
It's
talking.
possible.
okay. Test, people.
Test.
Excellent. There we go.
Test.
Now I have your audio.
Okay. Take two.
Welcome, everyone. This is the most givens I've seen in a puzzle in ages, I feel like.
Yeah, I would say Niverio was being generous, but it's Niverio.
Yeah.
Is Niverio in the chat?
I mean, it's very very kind of you to say generous instead of lazy,
Mm.
for including so many givens. I actually did a Whisper Renbon puzzle that I think might have had like 16 givens or something the other day. That was very nice, but it had like by far the most, like it might have had the most givens of any puzzle I've ever done on the stream.
That
Uh,
isn't a classic Sudoku.
that isn't a classic. Not that we've done many. You might have been involved in almost every classic that I've done on the stream. Yeah, I
Okay.
Yes.
remember the one Jovi one that was really nice.
All right.
Oh,
Can
yes.
you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're set now. Welcome, everyone. Technical issues at every single guest stream. And here we are.
Okay, good. Kodak can hear you, so he's the most important person on stream.
And it
Indeed,
looks like
indeed.
our audio levels are pretty even. Okay. So this puzzle's going to be insane. Let's see. I was given a bet tree here. We'll start the betting soon. Uh let's see. Do we have anything to announce first? We've got a guest. Uh the tallest of
And
cats,
And the inventor of lockout lines or co-inventor of lockout lines, so those get featured here.
who is uh with hat is over 7 feet tall.
El Gato Grande.
yes. Oh goodness, yeah. I guess for the hat, I'd probably be over 7.5 feet tall. This is a very tall hat.
I still recall very vividly the you and your setter video saying, "I am, however, very tall," and including the
Oh yes,
animation of how tall you were. So
yes. Well, I also, people nearly always are like, "How tall?" It's one of the everyone's like, "You're really tall, aren't you?" It's like, no, I only just noticed. Thank you for
Oh,
pointing.
that's interesting. My
Oh
Niverio's
yeah,
like,
sure.
row 3, column 3 was the bet tree, except I've already said it. So, 1 second.
Is stream not actually working?
No, the bet tree has not appeared on the stream.
Ah, I see the vet tree.
I mean, we're yeah, no one else needs to see us solving the puzzle. We can just reassure them that we've solved it, right?
I was watching someone on the Sudoku Con stream where maybe was it you actually? I think it was you and James and Claire were solving, and like only one of you could see something, and chat couldn't see some of the digits.
Oh
And
yes,
like chat was really obsessed with the fact that like a 6 hadn't been entered somewhere, but like very obviously James had entered it and could see it, but no one else could.
yes, that
More
was
technical issues. Okay, I think that's fixed now. Can people see the bet tree?
yes. I
Not
can see
you.
it on the I can see it on the stream as well. I have the stream up
Ah,
on there.
I
Like,
see.
but the
We're
grid is a
broadening the
little.
appeal. Not only people who like streams of Sudoku can join, people who like technical issue streams can also join. So we're just embiggening the audience.
And in this stream, by the way, annotations will appear for chat. So
Okay.
go wild.
Oh, we have switched away from the holiday tree already.
Oh,
Has Christmas
sorry.
already come and gone?
No, I switched that on yours, but not on mine. Let's
I
switch
see.
to the holiday tree.
Oh yes. So
So this puzzle is going to be insane, and I wonder if I should go over to the LMD page to show chat the rules.
There should at least be a link to the LMD page so that chat can read
There
it.
is.
already
It's pinned in the chat.
I see. Okay.
And the rules are also in the description, although only the Sudoku pad ones, not the full ones.
This puzzle, by the way, is a sequel to a puzzle called Dynamic Duos by Niverio, which is, I believe, one of the very first videos we posted to this channel as a joint solve from Tristan and I solving dynamic duos. So if you want to go back and get a blast from the past, you can watch us solve that, and you can watch us forget
yeah, is
forget
that the
what a
one where
Kreska
you
line
forget?
is. Yeah,
Yeah, you forget the
that is the
constraint.
one where we managed to prove some really complicated theorem to make deductions, only to realize that the really complicated theorem is not actually all that interesting when you actually remember what the rules of Kreska lines are.
This puzzle, by the way, we were going to do it to begin with anyway, but it's also the highest voted puzzle in the bucket. It was voted for by Ken, Tallcat, Niverio, Nordy, Doomdiat, Luda, Nell Gwyn, Ambrose, Josh Johnson, and Math Pesto.
Thank you all for your support. Greatly appreciated.
A mighty
Doc
11
has discovered
votes.
that there's a hidden arrow. Yes.
Yes.
The fact that there's a hidden arrow really just sells it. I think the hidden arrow is from the 6 connecting the 2 and 4 in a really weird sort of swoopy arrow that only goes through those cells. That's my belief.
So I have the LMD page up on my phone here.
Yeah, I can.
Is it worthwhile reading over?
Let's see.
I think Tristan has pulled it up on stream.
Oh yes, he has. Very good.
Okay, so we have regular Sudoku rules and regular arrow rules. So every arrow is actually an arrow. Arrows stemming from row 4, column 5. Now I have to move this back over. These are just plain old arrows. Everything else
Is not.
is not. Let's see. Can I?
You're going to like gray those.
Sure. So, oh, there we go. Okay, so all other arrows in the grid have an additional line constraint assigned to them. Which arrow corresponds to which constraint must be deduced by the solver. The assignments are unique, so it is possible to map each constraint to a unique arrow. What that says to me is that there's no negative constraint, that arrows can satisfy multiple constraints.
As long as there aren't 2 arrows that satisfy both.
I don't.
I don't know that that necessarily follows.
I mean, it wouldn't be unique if, say, there were two that were both a Whisper and a Renbon. Then it wouldn't be unique.
Well, the seller is in the house, so we could ask them to clarify that.
Oh,
The assignments are unique.
okay.
So the assignments would not be unique if it
I-
was
I think-
ambiguous.
I think Niverio says that Tallcat is correct. So, sorry, zetamath is correct. Whoever you people are.
Who's to say anymore?
Oh wait, I'm right. Who's right?
Okay,
Anyway.
Niverio, clarify for us, please. Carry on, Tristan.
Let's see. The circle of the arrow counts as part of the line for the constraints. There is also a hidden arrow in the grid. 7 of the 8 special arrows are given. Scroll down to the comments. I don't even have the page open.
I don't know what you mean by you don't have the page open. You're pointing at the page literally right now.
No, the YouTube page. Apparently Niverio left a comment.
No, Niverio left a comment on LMD, I think is what people are saying.
Oh.
So you don't mean to say there's a unique way. You just mean there is some way. So I think there is an incorrect use of the word unique in the rules, I think. Is from what
Okay.
Niverio is saying. So when it says the assignments are unique, I think that it's not in the mathematical sense of the word unique, at least.
This is probably not even going to come up during this whole.
It'll probably come up like at the very end or something.
Let's see. Circle of the arrow. 7 of the 8 special arrows are given. The 8th arrow's corresponding constraint and its location must be deduced by the solver. The following is known. It is a 4-cell arrow, 1 circle plus 3 summed digits. It doesn't cross or overlap any existing arrow, and all cells of the arrow are found in a single box. And additionally, the box number doesn't appear anywhere on the arrow.
I'm going to forget the last one. Chat,
So-
remind me of the last one when we get there.
So, like, this could be
Arrow summing to 8.
an arrow summing to 8, yeah,
Or 6 or 9.
or 6 or 9, yeah,
But not 7.
not 7. Okay. And then the constraints are entropic line, German whispers, Kreska line, lockout line, modular line, Nabner, Renbon, 10 line.
So I think most of those are familiar to people, apart from maybe Kreska and potentially Lockout Line, because they're a little older. But we can deal with that as and when.
Yeah, Kreska, let's see.
So important fact. So kropki, as you may know, is the Polish word for dot. Kreska is the Polish word for line. So Kreska line is a line. And so what it means is that every pair along the line have to satisfy one of the two kropki relationships. So white dot or black dot as you go along, and you can't repeat digits, which may have cost me an hour of my life once for not remembering. Would you like to explain lockout lines, Tallcat, as the co-inventor?
Sure. Lockout lines are kind of anti-between lines with a bit of whisper. So you have 2 endpoints that must differ by at least 4, and the digits that fall on the line must be outside of those endpoints. And digits can repeat if allowed by other rules on the line.
And I think the other rules are probably familiar to chat.
Yep.
So Zeta, you said you have the constraints written down.
I do, yes.
Excellent.
All right.
So you can gray the arrows that are just arrows.
Okay.
The first thing I note immediately is that there's only 3 places the 10 lines could go, so we can corner mark 5 into 6 places in box 2. Because the only way an arrow can be a 10 line is if it sums to 10, which means the circle is 5, and there's only 3 arrows in the grid that could be that. The hidden arrow can't be the 10 line because we're told it is it's 4 cells long. So there's a 5 in one of these 3 circles, and all of them see row 1 of box 2.
Sorry.
Oh, actually, sorry,
Cody.
it's even better than that because there's a given 5. And
Yes.
so actually you can just sort of corner mark in the corners of row 1 that one of those is a 5.
Hold,
think
please.
Tristan just has to start the betting. Did you immediately forget the given 5s, Zeta?
I didn't even look at the given. I just looked at the rules and was like, well, where's the 10 line going to go? Because it's awfully hard to be a 10 line and an arrow. That was my entire thing.
The other thing as well is it's awfully hard to be a Renban and an arrow, and I think 3-2-1 is the only one, isn't it?
Oh.
Also, I should note my argument was actually wrong, except for the given 5, because the arrows starting in box 8 actually could normally be 10 lines, except for the given 5.
It's true.
But anyway, highlight in yellow, say, the 2 circles in row 1. One of them is a 5. And just corner mark the 5s there.
And one of either the...
And the other has to be at least 6. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because the total sum of those 4 has to be at least 10.
Well, actually, that I can tell you where the Renban arrow is now.
Ah.
Is it this one?
Yes, because you can't have a Renban arrow that's 3-2-1 opposite a 10-line arrow that's a 5.
Right, because we have said the other circles there. So so this has to be, I believe this. There's no way you can make a 4 long thing. And so we get to do this. And then we get to actually up in our other box now, once we do this. But we get to do our 3 dance first. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop.
Ooh, Cracker's got very enthusiastic there. He
And
almost took my laptop off.
So now row 1, column 1, and row 1, column 9 can't be 6 anymore because you need to fill in the 1, 2 on the line.
Yeah.
You don't know what order the 1, 2 go on the line.
Oh.
It is a...
But the point is now the minimum sum of those 4 cells is 1, 3, 4, 5 of the arrow cells of the 2 yellow arrows, and 1, 3, 4, 5 is 13, so it's actually only 5, 8, 9 for the circles. And so, as noted by chat, the 5 arrow has a 1 or a 2 on it, so the other arrow doesn't have... Oh, good point from DWeb. My minimization involved making one of the arrow cells a 5, of which there is a serious problem with. So, in fact, actually, it's not that. The minimum is actually 1, 3, 4, 6, and 1, 3, 4, 6 is something.
So
it's 14, so it's a 5, 9 pair.
Yep.
And I should cross off Renban on my list. You should put a purple line through the Renban arrow, by the way, because it's a Renban. Okay. And so that means you know the contents of the arrows. So write out the contents of the arrows.
So
as 1, 3, 4, 6.
1, 4, and 3, 6.
Yep.
And
so
now
that's
fill in the 2 and the 1.
Yeah.
And the pair.
Let's see. We haven't put a 7 and an 8.
Okay, so we've got all that, and might as well mark the quad because the quad is going to be interesting with the givens. So 4, 5, 6, 9.
No, 4 there.
So we get a corner marked 4 as well.
And 4 can't be in the arrow bulb of row 4, column 5, so it's in column 5. row 5, 6.
369 is a bunch of things. 369 is a Nabner.
It's entropic.
It's entropic. Yeah, it could be a whisper if they're in the right order and you add a 1 to it. Maybe those are the only options, but it certainly has options as to what it could be.
Well, one of these is 369, and it's certainly not a whisper.
Yeah, but it could still be at least entropic or Nabner or both at the very least.
I think
Can't be
those are the only
Kreska
two.
because the 9
Yeah,
doesn't.
those are the only two. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of these arrows in column 1 or 9 has a 1 on it because one of them has a 9 in the circle above it. And so
Right.
So that gives us a couple of places where there has to be a 1. I don't know exactly what to do with that, but it is.
So what can those long arrows be, though? I mean, surely they're quite limited, right? Because you have to have 2 of 1, 2, 3 on them. So I don't know. I guess it could be 1, 3, 5, 9.
People are suggesting we do Sudoku into box 8. And so in particular, there's only 2 places for 1 in box 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next question is it possible that one of these is a 3-1-1-1 arrow? And I think the answer might be no, because that might not be anything.
Well,
because the 3-1-1-1 arrow is
you
not
mean 3-1-1?
entropic.
No, but
It's not a whisper. It's not Kreska. It's not lockout.
Honey.
It's not modular. It's not
Oh,
Nabner, and it's not a 10 line. So those are in fact a 1-3 pair.
Yes.
Because of the fact that because of that. Okay, and now fill in the triple, which is 7, 8, 9. Okay.
So I don't think any of those could be entropic. Sorry, modular, I guess, or entropic. I don't know. No, entropic.
Row 4,
because
column
entropic.
5 can only be 7, 8, 9.
Yes, that's true.
row what? This?
4, column 5. Yep, can only be 7, 8, 9.
And there's a 4 in the 2 cells below
Yep.
it. One of those.
Hey, Isabella.
I'm eyeing my heater because I'm slightly cold. I'm going to turn it on.
So if we want to make one of these arrows in box 8 sum to 7, I think we're obligated to make it 1, 3, 3. We might be able to come up with some other option.
Yeah, it can't be 3, 2, 2. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, 1, 1, 5 is also possible. So if it's 7, it's got a repeated digit. And is there anything it could possibly be in that instance?
I don't think so.
So
Can't be whisper. Can't be. I mean, just can't be entropic, because entropic would mean that the end cell has to be a 7, 8, or 9.
What kind of line is 1157?
That's what we're trying to
that's
figure
what
out.
we're doing, Tristan. It's not Kreska, because Kreska can't have repeated digits. I'll leave it to Tallcat to check whether it can be a lockout line.
Wait,
Nope.
wait, can't Kreska have repeated digits?
No, Kreska lines can't have repeated digits. I can't believe
Oh.
I can't remember that.
That
was literally the whole hour of that 2-hour video that we made.
Shut up.
Not Renban, it's not 10 line. I guess Nabner.
It's not a
is the
Nabner
only-
because it would have repeated digits.
Oh yeah, that's
So
true.
lockout and modular are the only possibilities.
Modular works, I think.
7115 is not a lockout
Oh,
line.
no.
It's not
no.
lockout.
7115 is not a lockout line because the 7 and 5 aren't far enough apart.
Yep. They have to be 4 apart, and modular doesn't work either.
Yep, because the repeats are not in the right place for it to be a modular line. So
Right.
I think, yes,
Right.
I think that these circles just can't be 7, I think. If I'm sure Niverio is crying that we're doing this because we're doing this in the most bloody, horrible way possible. But I think we have now checked by a an argument that has 14 cases. I think we've argued all 14 cases because for that arrow being 7 do not work.
Yep.
So so you can roll out 7s, and then you get an 8-9 pair, and you place a 7.
Niverio has a point.
He says do it the other way round, which I would say agree is probably a little more fruitful. You can fill in the pair and the rest of column 5. Tristan is
Yep.
4, 8, 9. Should we do the typical arrow thing as well and put 6, 7, 8, 9 in row 6?
Yeah, we
column 1
should
and
definitely put the
column
6,
9.
7, 8, 9s there. Couldn't it be? Oh no, 6 is not entropic high.
No.
Oh, but we could have. I think one of the ones in box 9 could be entropic, right, Dog? Because I could have. I could do 9, 1, 1, 7, for example. I think that would be okay. That would. Oh no, that wouldn't be entropic.
No, there's no
That's
4,
still
5,
not
or 6.
entropic, right? Yeah, I think yeah, you need a mid, right? So yeah, so you can't have a mid and a high, right? So yeah, so the entropic one does need to be the hidden arrow. So
no, couldn't it be 9, 6, 3?
oh right, it could be 9, 6, 3, right. So yeah, it could be that one, right? That is the ambiguous arrow, the 9, 6, 3. Let's see.
So in terms of what we have, so Nabna is kind of somewhat unrestricted, I guess, because you could have 2, 7, 9 or 1, 3, 5, 9, or it's pretty flexible.
I think I'd make Niverio really happy if I pointed out that it's hard for a whisper to be a length 3 arrow, but because we'd have to go something.
By length 3 arrow, do you mean the digits on the line?
Yes.
Actually, no. You could have 1, 6, 1, 8 as one of the arrows emanating from box 8. That would be a valid whisper.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't. You can't because there's a 6 there.
Yep.
So that rules that out. Oh, I wonder if that's what the given 6 is for. Sneaky.
Carl is correct, actually. The hidden arrow has length 4, so it can't be entropic because it's entirely in one box. Carl remembered a thing about the arrow that I had forgotten. And so actually we know that the lines in row 1 are the entropic end to the 10 line because we need an entropic line, and that's the only place it could be. So
I just missed.
These are both.
I missed the last 20 seconds of what you said because my audio blipped.
What was pointed out in chat by Carl is the hidden line can't be the entropic line because apparently chat couldn't hear me either. Can chat hear me now? I don't know. But the point is the entropic line is the one in row 1 because the hidden arrow has length 4, so it can't be entropic. So actually we can cross off entropic and 10 line from our list as well.
Yeah. Because they can't be 3 cell either, can they? 10 lines.
Correct. Yeah, so yeah, we've sort of done that.
Jay Dyer had a good point about the whisper arrow needing a repeated 1. So given it can't be 1, 6, 1, 8, it must be 1, 7, 1, 9, and is probably one of the ones coming from box 8.
The other is contained entirely in a box. So yeah, so one of the ones coming from box 8 has to be the whisper one. And so you can corner mark 1 in row 6, column 2, and row 6, column 8 is probably a helpful thing to do.
So then the other isn't, if it's 9, 1, 7, 1, the other is 8, 3, adding up to 5.
So that also means one of these is a 1.
Does it?
No, you could have 9, 2, 3, 4 as a lockout.
Agree. But what you can also do is you can also mark the 7 in row 7 because the whisper line is 1, 7, 1. We do need another line to count as an Abner-Garian.
Because we haven't got, we can only have, that's the only entropic we can have, right?
So the other 8 arrow, right, that's the only place the entropic arrow could be. So the 8 arrow starts 8-3 and then has 2 digits that add to 5. So in
Blue
those
is from
cells
1,
where
3,
there's
7.
7s, those are 1, 3, or 7. And in those cells that are yellow, those are 1, 2, or 4. Because of the fact that we need those two, we need the yellow and blue cell on the 8 arrow. We need to add to 5.
Jaleb, I don't think between lines are part of the rules.
And also, there's nowhere we can fit 8332 because, well, between lines not part of the rules. Yep.
So what line is 8-3 whatever? I mean, I'm sorry, Niverio, you're gonna cringe, but
8, yeah, 8-3.
oh, it could be lockout 8-4 with a 3-1 in between. In fact, I think that might be the only thing. It could be.
Yeah, it can't be a whisper because it has 2 lows next to each other. It can't be a Nabner because it either has a repeated 3 or it has a 3 and a 2. Sorry, or it has a 3 and a 4. I said the wrong things, but it can't be a Nabner, can't be a whisper. 8-3 don't go next to each other on a Kreska. Could it be modular?
No, because the 8332, 8314. No, because the 1 and the 4 and the 3 and the 2 would be too close, I think. Well, if it were modular, you would need the 8. You would need one of 2, 5, 8, and then you'd have 2 3s next to each other, so it doesn't work.
Okay.
No.
I think the 8 is the lockout.
Yep.
Which means it's 8314 and not the other thing. Or could one of these be it?
Well, it's not that direction, Tristan. It's the other direction. It has to be something, and it can only be a lockout line.
And it has to be 8-4 with it has to be 8-4. Because if you have 8-2, then the 3s are in between. So
yep. So in fact, those yellow cells are a 1-4 pair, and the blue cells are a 1-7 pair.
1-7, yeah.
Okay. Niverio really wants us to write out the modular equation for what a modular line is, given that the sum of the first 3 digits is always something mod 3 or whatever. So the first 3 digits along a modular line always add to 0 mod 3. And so in order for it to be a modular line, something, it has to be 0 mod 3 or something.
Right,
3,
so it's
6,
1,
9.
2, 3, 6, or something adding
1,
to
3.
9.
Screaming Ice Cube has spared us from thinking about this by pointing out we can place a 4 in box 5 because of our 1-4 pair. So we have that.
Yeah, 6129 works. 6219.
So the point is that if you subtract the 3, I'm trying to think of what the most elegant, non-horrible way to say this is. Yeah, okay. So on a lockout on a modular that's also an arrow, if it were length 3, the middle two always have to sum to 0 mod 3, because if you think about it, the circle and the end on a length 3 arrow are the same mod 3, which means the other two need to sum to 0 mod 3, and the only way two different things sum to 0 mod 3 is if they're a 1-2 pair mod 3, which means the circle has to be divisible by 3. That's the most elegant way I can phrase that. So the circle is a 6 or 9 on the modular line. So that is what Niverio wants us to do. I think is to say that kind of thing, and we've got the lockout. Okay, so
we have a whisper.
We have the whisper, right.
And that can be the only whisper.
Oh, yeah. My laptop is going to die without battery. One moment.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. So we only have 3 things left, which are the modular that we know has to be an arrow summing to 3, 6, or 9. But it can't be 3 because all our arrows left are length 3 arrows. So it is only summing to 6 or 9. We've got a Kruska line and a Nabner line, and the Kruska and Nabner are, I believe, completely unrifted.
Well, no, Chad
I guess the Nabner has to sum to 9, doesn't it? Because 1-3-5 is the minimum you could do. Yeah.
So 1-3-5-9, and none of these can be 1-3-5-9. So Nabner is the hidden arrow.
Yep, that's true. Okay, so the hidden arrow is a Nabner.
And it has to be in box 7, I think.
Because it can't be in box 9.
And everywhere else, the 1 is gone.
8-3-1-4 isn't a Kruska because 8 and 3 do not dot each other, Carl.
So that resolves all of this business. Because we now know this is a 7.
Let's I guess double check that 9-1-3-5 can't.
Yeah, so it can't fit in box 1.
No.
I'm guessing the hidden arrow doesn't overlap any of the other arrows. Is that one of the rules?
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. So it can't fit in box 1, box 2, box 3.
Now,
are we sure it can't fit in one of these other boxes?
No, because if it was 9-1-3-5, you would have a 4. The 2 other cells would have to be 2-6 with a 1 outside, and that would have to be a 9 in the arrow. So I don't think it can fit in either of those. Sorry if that was quick.
I'm willing to believe you.
Yeah, if you had a 9-1-3-5 arrow, then you have a 4 in the yellow square. The only other 2 cells that can go on the 2-cell arrow would be 2 and 6. Which then would go with a 9 in the arrow cell. So they can't go in either of those.
Yep. I buy it.
Okay, so the 9 is in box 7 somewhere.
Yep. Which means this is a 7.
Yep. And so you can color those lines.
I love how your automatic instinct is you have to color the lines right away.
That is the most important part of the puzzle. Yes. I mean, that's why you do these puzzles, right? Is so that you can use the pen tool to color the lines.
Okay, so 8-3-1-4 is a lockout line.
So it's blue.
Okay.
And the other one is a whisper, so it's green. And we know that. So can we rule out the case that the other one is a 6-1-2, that the modular line is a 6-1-2? Because 6-1-2 is the only way to make a modular line that's not summing to 9. So 6-1-2-3 or 6-3-2-1. 6-1-2-3 or 6-2-1-3 are the only options. Oh, obviously it's not that because there's a 3 in row 3. So in fact, the modular line is a 9, and you can corner mark 9 in row 6.
It's true one of these has to be Kreska.
Yeah, but we can place a bunch of digits by the fact that one of these has to be a 9.
Uh,
Because
that-
we've proven that the modular line has to sum to 3, and conveniently because of the given 3, it can't sum to 6. So
The
that
given
is
3, you mean the 3 that we got?
oh, the 3 that we got immediately, right? So that's an 8 and a 9. And so now that we have the 8, now the Kreska line is really easy because there's no way the Kreska line starts with a 7.
Mm-hmm.
The Kreska line certainly starts with a 6. And it probably doesn't go from 6 to 5. It probably goes from 6 to 3.
so
2
one
to
of
1.
these is a 3.
So one of those is a 3. That is correct. And on the 9 arrow, it goes 9, 1, 2, 6. So you can actually corner mark a 6 in row 3. And those 3s always come with a 1 or a 2.
Oh, so then we know which way around it is, right? Because of the one in box 5? Box 4, sorry.
But it could go.
Didn't you say 9, 6, 1, 2?
Yeah, but oh yeah. Wait.
It's not 9, 6, 1, 2. 9, 6, 1, 2 is not a modular line. It's
No,
9,
but I
1, 2,
mean-
6.
Right, but then
Or
we know
9,
which way around it
2,
is
1, 6.
because of the one in box 4.
Ah,
So-
yep, exactly. Yep, perfect.
So these are a 1, 2.
Those are a 1, 2 pair.
Yeah, but we don't know the order.
Right, we don't know the order, but that's a
But
6
that's
at
a
the top.
6. That's a 3.
And the sum of that arrow is 9.
That's 6.
And these are 1, 2, but you know the order because of
There's
Creskity.
1. And also the 1 in the box.
And also the 1 in the box.
2, 1.
So did you really not intend someone to deduce that a modular line had to sum to 6 or 9, Niverio? Was that not part of your intended
No.
self path? I assumed when I looked at the rules
that's
that
a
was
1,
the
that's a
whole
4.
point of including that.
9, and this
but
is a
Niverio
3,
seems
6
to
pair.
want us to do it the other way.
Yep.
Okay. So the 9 sums, we know what they are. They are a 3, 6, and a 4, 5.
We know which way around they are because of the 3, 6 in
Yeah.
box 4.
Yep. So that's 4, 5. That's a 5. That's a 4. 6 and 3 go in.
Yep.
4, 6. 5, 9 pair there. What's left in this row?
7, 8.
The Kreska line can be black. I think Kreska lines are typically black. And the modular line can be a sort of teal.
Black like Niverio's heart.
We don't have teal.
Yeah, you can just use green again and then like backlight it with like something else that'll make it look a little more teal.
Oh, can you use the other colors for lines? I guess not. I guess that's only for coloring.
Yeah, and you can color the 10 line gray.
We're going to make it yellow.
It can be yellow. And you can color the entropic orange in the 10 line gray.
That doesn't really show up, but sure.
That's fine.
And what color for the orange for the entropic?
So we can place, getting back to the puzzle, the Sudoku part, we can actually place 1 in box 7 in row 9, column 3. And we know that has to be on the line somewhere.
Yeah.
So there has to be a 9, not necessarily, I was going to say there has to be a 9 adjacent to it, but
And
not
we know the 3 is in row 1. In fact, actually, the 3 is placed. Oh, no, not quite. Sorry. But the 3 is in one of 2 places, just Sudoku-logically.
Yes, in column 2.
Yep.
And that looks up.
Yep.
And so we need a 5.
Yep, we need a 5 in there somewhere.
There's
Okay.
probably just more Sudoku we can do.
Yeah, you could just like mark the cells and look for singles. Carl promised us that we actually
there we
get
go.
a hidden single.
Yeah, and 7 in column 1 as well is in row 2, column 1.
Like, I don't assume there is any more logic left in the puzzle at this point. I could be wrong, but I assume if we just Sudoku, we'll figure out
6
where
there.
the hidden arrow is.
Oh, so we have... Okay,
so this is
if
going to
you
have
look-
to be the 3.
Yes, well, if you
'Cause
look, you have 4, 5, 8 in column 1. And so one of the 5 has to come in.
Why does that have to be the 3?
Well, this one has to get out. So this
Yes.
is 3 or 5, and it's not 5.
The arrow can go diagonally, can't it? Or is that one of the other rules of the line?
Shoot.
Well, if you
but
pencil
if you
mark-
pencil mark the 4, 5, 8 that Tallcat is telling you to do, it will help a lot.
Where? Oh, here.
column 1.
You can also just hit the mark button. So one of those two is the 5. And so now your argument about the 3 is clear. Because if the 3 now goes in row 7,
top.
column 2, we can't connect the 3, the 5, and the 1 together.
So that's 3, that's 5, that's 9. Oh, one of these is 9.
Does that have to be the 9?
Yeah, one of those is 9.
But you can fill in the pair with the 8. And just fill in the pair and it'll probably resolve.
9
It does.
and 2.
Yeah.
And let's see, we need to... what color should this be?
Why don't we mark box 9?
He's got to do the coloring
He's got to fill in the
There you
arrow.
go.
Yep. Yeah, excellent.
We can probably just mark the puzzle. My
You
voice
can do
just
that if you
cracked.
like.
first.
8, 4, 5 there, 8, 7, 9, 7, 8, 6, 5, 9, 2, 6, 8, 7, 3, 5, 9, 2, 9, 5, 2, 4, and the bet tree is a 6, not a 6,
8.
8. Congratulations,
Very
Ranks.
nice.
Oh no. Are we
No.
No, stream did not freeze.
okay, good.
I actually think the fact that this has a wide open solve path that you can do in any order is actually sort of a nice quality for this sort of puzzle.
Yep.
Even if Niverio is sad that we did not take his exact solve path or anything remotely close to it. But I think the fact that sort of everywhere you look, you can get a deduction that sort of advances the puzzle is probably a plus to this sort of puzzle overall.
Neat.
He agrees that's why you get 3 extra given. And usually...
I
generous,
appreciate the extra givens.
even though you completely forgot about one of them from the start.
I did completely forget about one of them. Although the one I forgot about, I presume, is the one that's not extra.
No, I think it was 2 of the ones in row 7 were extra. The 2 and 4
the
were added.
5 was needed to sort of begin the process of figuring out, because the 5 was the very first deduction about where the 10 line arrow went, which
Mhm.
perhaps only because I'm me was the place that was obvious to start, and then that sort of rippled into the placing the Renbon and then all the other stuff.
I think Simon and Mark would never put this on CTC menu. Too much rules.
I realize I'm being a bit lax in my job.
Yes, the guestly duties. They might do it as like a bonus, like as a like Patreon thing or something like that, if Simon and Mark were going to do this.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but they wouldn't put it on the main channel, probably.
Although I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's very regular now that we have close to hour videos.
It's not the difficulty, it's the length of rules that I feel like is
Yeah, that's
is the
that
part
makes
that sort of more aggressively difficult to do. But they did do buffet, so who knows? But
Yep.
I like the idea, by the way. I like the idea a lot of it's an arrow plus one other thing. I think that's a cool way to make this more accessible. I do agree with Niverio. I think this is the easiest of the dynamic series because of that sort of, it gives you something tangible that you can say even without
Tallcat missing some.
Oh yes, I know. I cleared them all.
Oh, I see.
I did also. I remember for the first Secret Santa puzzle that I did, I had zebras as my Santee, and I did a similar puzzle, except it was like incomplete arrows, but each arrow was either like a whisper arrow or a Renban arrow or a crop key arrow. So you had the added thing of you had to figure out which end of the line was the sum as well.
Yeah, it is always interesting when you have to figure out which end of the arrow is the pointy end.
On to the next short break.
Yeah,
Yep.
shall we take
Sounds
a short
good.
break here?
Absolutely.
All right.
We
will
will
see
be
you
back
soon.
in just a moment.
Yep. Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back
here
with the
with
vanilla
this-
killer puzzle.
That I hope people can see all right. I know, especially for people on phones, this is going to be very, very tiny.
I think it helps that the numbers in the cages are pretty large.
Yeah, it looks good on the stream, I think. Is Math Pesto in? I saw Math Pesto earlier. Is he? Are they still?
I
in the
pinged
chat?
them. There we go. There's
They are here,
Math
yes.
Pesto. Bet cell row 8, column 8. So yes, this is killer Tetris. We have to slide these cages into the grid.
And they can
In-
slide across each other, right? So it's not like Tetris in that regard.
Well, I
No,
mean,
no, they may not. Oh,
Oh, they may not. Okay, so I would
No.
No,
not
they
have
can't-
gotten the rules completely right just by looking at the grid.
yeah, they can't overlap and they can't pass over each other.
So, for example, the 23 cage on the top, above column 3 and 4, cannot pass over the 22 cage at the bottom.
Yeah,
That makes
and
sense.
I just screwed with. Nope, we're okay. All right.
My first observation is we have a 1-2 pair in the square 12 cage at the bottom of column 2. So I think you should fill in the 1-2 pair because the 12 cage at the top needs 1 and 2, as all 4 cell 12 cages do. So these are from 1-2 as well. And now in total, we have a sextuple in column 1 because we've got a 1-2, a 4-5, and a 3-6. So the digits outside this cage are 7, 8, and 9.
Yep.
Or outside those 2 cages in that column, I should say.
And actually, we know this. These sum to 9, and these sum to 12. So they, yeah. Oh, right. Same thing. 21. We need 24
So the other
more.
3 digits, yes. The other 3 digits sum to 24 and 3, and so are 8, 9, yes. And you might as well fill in the forced ones like the 29 cage that's a bajillion D cells. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 is the only way to make that work. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would sum to 28.
Oh, link.
Chat says
Sorry.
you didn't give a link.
Up.
Oh, we
I
have
also didn't
another
start betting.
12 cage over there.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, the 17 cage is 8, 9. I agree with that.
So also, though, if you look at the 23 cage and the 22 cage, they're both 4 cells long, and they can't overlap. So that's going to restrict them to some degree in columns 3 and 4.
Oh, apparently we did not adequately explain the rules by saying it's Tetris.
Oh, okay.
Chad is saying. So we have to shove all the cages into the grid without them crossing each other or overlapping.
But in the direction shown.
But in the direction shown, correct. So you can't sort of move the cages up and down at all, only left and right and up and, well, sorry, you can move the horizontal ones left and right and the vertical ones up and down, but not the other one. And so we'll have to draw and reproduce all of these cages in the grid.
So for the example puzzle that I did last night, I just colored each cage and then used colors to represent within the grid.
That seems sensible. Garion is noting that the digits in cages sum to 312, and so the digits outside the cages sum to 138. But we know that 24 plus 42 of that is in columns 1 and 2, for whatever that is worth. I do kind of want to note that the
Mathfesto was like, you're doing more math instead of the puzzle.
Yes.
The 17 cage is 8, 9. I did want to look at the 22 and 23 cages that Tallcat was suggesting. Those might be relevant.
So if you color, I mean, yeah, if we can kind of place some, like if you color each cage, we can kind of place some cells at least within. Tristan coloring all of the cages.
It is true.
But-
the 22 is forced. It's got to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
So basically, yeah, I think column 4, rows 6, 7, and 8 have to be green, right? Because I don't think it can get.
Right. You can't possibly get further up because
Then
these two
column
things have
5.
total height 8.
And the same with
It's-
column 3, rows 2, 3, 4.
Yep, and we've got one of those cells is forced to be green in column 3, which is row 6, column 3, I think is forced to be green, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And likewise, the other is forced to be purple. And you can, of course, fill in the digits as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 in these green cells.
Well, full on good lift mode.
And we still need 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in
we
the
don't know if
23
it's 1, 2,
cage,
3.
don't we?
There's two combinations. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, or it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8.
But we still need 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 in these two columns are completely spoken for.
Correct.
And 9 is out with both of them, right?
9 is not an either, correct.
Hmm.
But
that 32 cage and the left of column is now somewhat restricted as well.
Correct.
And this 29 cage,
Why don't you do the
could-
32 cage first?
The 29 could slot under the green if the green is raised up.
yeah, and also the 29 could have slid in first, so it could be
Yeah,
over here.
The
I mean,
29
not
and the
because
32
of that.
cages are both very, very helpful.
This 29 cage, though, is much better because
Yes.
these have to be part of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to uncolor these cages
These
for
random
now.
ones. Yep.
So these have to be teal.
The blue cage. As does row 6, column 8, right?
Yes. Yep.
And the 32 cage over on the left is also forced to go all the way past the purple cells.
That's true.
But it's not as long, it's only 3. So I think only row 4, column 7 is in that cage for sure.
That's true, yep. And chat pointing out that the 27 cage at the top of column 8, you can color and fill in some stuff for.
I think only row 3, column 8 though, for that one, right?
I think you could do better if you also think about the 26 cage that's below it. Because the 26 cage that's below it also has to be above blue.
Ah, yes.
And I think that might actually place blue if we think about it carefully enough, but I don't want to
Might actually nudge pink as well.
yeah, because that is as forced as to be there at least.
Yeah. So we get these that are red for sure.
But if the blue cage now, the blue 29 cage, if that slides right from
Yeah.
where it is, it just breaks because
Yeah.
we'd have to put the 26 and the 27 cage and we wouldn't have nearly enough room.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the blue cage is actually fully placed. You could just fill it all in.
So here, and
There.
here.
Yep. And that
I'm on center only.
Okay.
and so now the 26 cage in column 9 only has 2 places to go, so you can do a lot of coloring with that, which is going to help pen in pink.
Okay, and this
Gonna
we
nudge-
will...
Nudge pink over at least.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the orange only has 2 spots, so row 4
So this is always
And the one above it.
orange,
and the one
and
above.
this one.
and
Yes.
the one above it.
Yep. Oh yeah, you're right. And the one above it as well. Row
Yep,
4, column 9. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
And then pink gets nudged.
Manu, the rule you're missing is that the cages can't slide through each other. So row 4, column 6 is pink now.
That's true.
Yeah,
No,
I also did not see that rule, Manu, when I first looked at this.
yeah, but D Webb has a good point, is that this 17 cage can't make it past the 32 cage, and we have to have room for it.
Yep.
So that is going
That
to
is true.
lock the 32 cage here.
Yes.
Okay, yep.
Which is going to lock the orange cage.
Yep.
So that's our 32 cage. And our 17 cage now is here.
Yep.
And the orange cage, you might as well draw in at the same time.
And then the orange cage. I don't know if we want to color the 17 cage or just know that
need
it's
to color
here.
the 17 cage.
It doesn't want to be left out.
We don't want to be disrespectful to 2-cell cages around here. That is not the kind of atmosphere I'm trying to create around this channel.
We are going to have to repeat colors at some point. Though I
Unless
guess
you
we can
use
freely
different
repeat the
palettes.
screen.
Yeah. You could do that, or you could use the other 16 palettes that you have. The red is placed now too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they're shame ominoes, as Jay Dyer says. We respect
Shame
dominoes.
ominous.
Yes.
Good grief.
Now there's not much room for the 12 cage here, this 12 cage.
Yep, it's got some
So these are definitely part of it.
Yes. "29 cage at the bottom isn't quite as restricted, but it's definitely over on the left."
So where are we putting this 6 cage? It's got to go
at the top
here.
Yep.
And it can be...
And yes, Josh, as I understand it, vertical cages can slide through horizontal cages, and similarly for the other direction.
We'll make it
Yep.
another green cage.
That can be the 2-cell color.
And you might as
So
well
then-
go 1, 2, 4, 5 in those cells since they're part
So
of
then,
a-
okay, so then the 13 and the 21 cage are limited. So the 13 has to be all the way over at the top. The 13 cage has to be all the way over past that 6 cage.
Yes.
And so the 21 cage now
Oh, so
can't-
they're
So the
it's
21
basically-
cage is forced.
is in the top left corner.
right. So, right, because they can't go past each other. So this is the 21 cage, which we'll make it teal again.
Hey, Sandra and Nala, welcome. And yeah, 57 Thorns, I was slightly concerned about that when we were talking about doing it, but it seemed like it would be distinct or weird enough that it was worth doing. But yeah, the making it look best on small screens, I'm sure, is a challenge.
Just to clarify as well, Tristan was concerned about it, but when I mentioned it to Tristan, he said Zeta said it's fine. So
Yeah, I
Just-
was
just wanted to do the
concerned.
puzzle.
just to
I was
correct the
concerned that
record.
like people with phones are gonna have a wild time with this.
At least you can make it look a chromatic piece.
The 32
It will be by far not the
cage-
worst Math Pesto puzzle we've done on stream for viewing on phones. I'm at least confident of that. Okay.
So the 32 cage does need an 8 and a 9, I think. So they go here.
Hey, Cartoon Kitty, welcome.
Eight,
Hope you're
seven,
doing
six-
well.
87654. It definitely needs a 9.
9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
976.
Can we use watermelon coloring?
Oh,
at some
9,
point?
7, 6,
Oh,
5,
definitely.
4.
Yeah, it's 31, so it does need an 8 and 9, yes.
So they go here. And now there's no 8 and 9 in these cells.
They go at the bottom in row 6, so that can't be the 10 cage because you have 2, 8, 9 pairs.
Yes, because 8 plus 9 is not 10.
So this is the 10 cage.
Very
Ooh,
nice.
nice color choice.
Yeah. And
And
now
what's-
the 12 cage in column 1 is forced because the 12 cage has neither an 8 nor a 9 in it. So the one at the top. Very top.
This, right. So it
So,
has
yeah,
to go
it's
here.
forced. Yep, exactly.
And
Yeah,
that
I
can
think probably
be
the really hard part to see is our
Other-
center marks.
yellow cage. So
Oh, excellent, Cartoon Kitty. Well, I'm always happy to have new folks around.
And the other 12 cage as well, Tristan, in box 2. It's
no,
not quite, actually.
No,
But
but,
it at
we
least
know
is forced in 2 cells.
Yeah. So this can be another purple. And these are purple for sure. Okay, now isn't the 29 cage locked here?
Yes.
Yep. Show is.
Oh, which is going to force the green and the purple and the other 12. Okay.
Yep.
So that goes here. The green now.
Oh, did you do that on
No,
purpose?
wait. There you go.
You're missing one of the borders on the orange cage, just so that particularly astute viewers will be bothered by it.
I don't see it.
You're missing the one in between in row 7 between column 3 and 4.
That's so tiny. How did you even see that?
Oh, it was glaring. Someone in chat suggested we needed an Ambrose button for fixing that kind of thing. Although Ambrose claims that despite memory to the contrary, they had nothing to do with any of this bordering stuff.
It would have been easier to pick a color other than black for bordering, but
That would have made it easier to not
Yeah.
accidentally have any issues. Perhaps go
Uh,
back and retcon it so and make the borders some heinous red color instead.
Fuck
the
off.
purple
uh, purple is now fixed in column, whatever columns those are, 3 and 4. And so we've got all of that. Woohoo! Oh, and that has placed blue in row 1.
Yes.
and yellow as well, the 12.
Ah, yes, very good. D-Web is very upset that we have placed the 12 cage without any mention of Sudoku rather than doing it the right way. Because it couldn't be in there with the 6 cage without causing problems. Was that how you wanted to place it, D-Web? So the 12 cage now is 1, 2, 3, 6, because 1, 2, 4, 5 adds to 12, but it can't share 3 digits in there. So this is 1, 2, 3, 6 instead.
And this had better be a 1 or a 2.
And that had better be the 1 or a 2 that is over there. I agree.
Or is that right?
Yes, it's the 1 or a 2 that's in the 6 cage.
So
Right.
both in box 2, yeah.
This 21 cage, by the way, we nearly know where it goes.
Very nearly. Very nearly, almost.
That will be what
Not
is
quite.
our that'll be another pink.
Yep.
So these are
You
pink.
never have enough pink.
I agree. Let's see.
So a 5
Oh, so
cell.
hang on.
What?
Don't we know that 8 and 9 are... No, 9 is definitely in that orange cage where you are in column 3, because we know
Yep.
it's not in either of the 23 cages. The 23 or the 22.
So one of these
Does
is
it-
9.
One
in
specifically in
column
column
3.
3.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And so actually 9 is now placed in column 4. Funnily enough.
Could be in the 13 cage though, right?
Oh, I thought that was a 10 cage. And I was being very clever by using the fact that I knew the 1 wasn't there, but it is not a 10 cage. Yeah, so one of those two is a 9.
Page repellent tree, yes. We could have guessed that by cellar logic.
That's true.
Okay. Oh, so we can say that row 1, column 1 is a 7, 8, or 9, right? Because of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in column 1.
Right. All the cells that aren't in the 12 cages are from 7, 8, 9. So yes, that's definitely from 7, 8, 9.
Oh,
thank
Andrea
you for
just
subscribing, Andrea. Welcome.
Yes, welcome. Thank you.
I remember at one point I was chatting with Ranks, and Ranks said if I had new subscriber notifications, I'd never get anything. But we here at zetamath Enterprises appreciate all of our subscribers. I hope someday to have that problem.
Yeah. So we know, I guess the 10 cage is 3, 4, 6, 7.
Is it interesting that in this orange cage, none of those cells are 1, 2, 3, or 4? Because remember, all the 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s are eaten by the purple and the green. So actually, the minimum sum of those 4 cells in the 29 cage is quite high, but I don't think I can do the math to figure out how
5,
high.
6, 9, so it's 20.
See, we can't have 8 and
Wait.
9 in both of these.
No, it's got to be way higher than 9 because it's 9 plus 5, 6,
5,
7,
6,
right?
7, 9. 5, 6, 7, 9, which is 27. So I guess that means
So that means it's a 1 or a 2 in row 9, column 5, right?
yes, that seems.
Uh,
I'm looking over here. I think this has to be an 8 or a 9.
because there needs to be an 8 or a 9 in the 20, or there needs to be an 8 and a 9 in the 29 cage, or
There needs to be an 8 and a 9 in the 27 cage, but there can only be one in the 26 cage.
is it just that 9 plus 765 isn't enough?
Well, no,
9,
if it has
9765 is enough. 9765 is 27. Right? So
Okay.
it doesn't need an 8 and a 9.
yes, you're right.
Josh
Hey,
has been
Josh.
a windmill for 16 months. Wow, let's get you a windmill dance.
Uh-oh.
Ba-doop-a-doop, woohoo! Ba-doop-a-doop, waha! Ba-doop-a-doop, waha! Ba-doop-a-doop, wee-hee! Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop, waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Spam your Zach and Quackers emotes in chat.
The 26 cage needs an 8 or a 9, and it can't go in these cells.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, so
that's an 8 or a 9.
So then that
and so
means...
now the red cage needs to be exactly
Yes.
9765.
Right. Because it can't have both.
Which
So
finally gets us a digit.
Hey!
Hooray! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Awesome, Cartoon Kitty. You have your own penguin. We are delighted to have you around as a penguin supporter. Does the 8 in orange and the lack of a 9 in orange tell us how this has to work? I don't know what 7654 add to. It sounds like 22.
Yes. 22
that's
plus 8 is 30.
way not big enough to have this forced, I think.
So this has lots of options, I think.
That is also my conclusion, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What is left in this box?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 5 penguins. Excellent. 5 is a respectable penguin collection.
So my boyfriend is watching us. He's not a Sudoku puzzle. He just told me that I need to get a plush background like Zeta.
Excellent,
So,
excellent.
yes.
You did mention that he was a Disney fan, so presumably he would like some Disney plushes back there.
I think he has a huge amount of Disney plushes that he could probably spare me some.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah.
Wait, where's the last one?
The smallest
Oh,
digit you can put in a 21 cage is 4. So 1, 2, 3 in the row, people are saying only go in 3 cells. Because you can't put them in the 13 cage, you can't put them in the 21 cage. You have highlighted 2 cells, which can very much be 1, 2, 3, which is why this is difficult.
Okay.
But the highlighted cells are the only 3 cells that can be 1, 2, 3. So these are a 1, 2, 3 hidden triple, is what chat is saying.
So that's a 1, 2. This is a 4, 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not a 4, and that's a 1, 2, 3.
And the 4 looks
and
left.
you can catch up the 1, 2, 3, or the 1, 2 in green and yellow.
But you can actually resolve. You don't need to. You can resolve it because the 4 in box 3 looks left. If you look where 4 can go.
Fancy.
So that's a 5, and that's a 1.
I know. I'm curtailing the ketchuping.
Well, catch up the 1 into box 3 by noting that the 1 in yellow is now placed.
Yes.
And then we will forgive Tallcat for ruining the appearance of ketchup. The yellow in box 3, that 12 cage, it needs a 1, Tristan, and it goes in row 3, column 7. That is what people are saying. And so now the 7 in this box is not in the 13 cage. So the 7 can be corner marked in box 2 in column 3 and 2.
Actually,
two cells.
the 8 can be placed in box 2, where in the white square, because it can't be in the 13 cage.
Yes, I didn't see the 5 there. That's very good.
Yep.
So that's an 8 and a 9 and a 4. Very good, very good. And now we probably know what that last digit is if we think really very hard about it. I think it's a 7. Row 3, column 4.
Oh.
And so now we probably know what the 23 cage is, because I said there were 2 options, and I think only one of them had a 7 in it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. That sounds right. And now there's a 7. Okay, so now this is broken our 29 cage math and this L-shaped 29 cage at the bottom, because now now these digits can't have a 7 in them.
But they have an 8.
Oh wait, sorry, no, this was max. This was min-max the other direction. Sorry, the fact that it doesn't have a 7 in it, I don't think is interesting. So
but there is an 8 here by Sudoku.
That's true. So now it's at minimum. Those 4 cells add to 8, 9, 5, 6. 8, 9, 5, 6 is something.
Well, you need... Wait, hang on.
Because 1, 2, 3, and 4 can't go in column 3 or 4 in this cage. So the minimum is 8, 9, 5, 6. And 8, 9, 5, 6 is 28, right?
Yes.
So that means the orange digit is a 1, and those are 8, 9, 5, 6.
Okay. Yep.
Although I think you could have done that without the math. I think you could have done it purely by Sudoku.
Oh, that is a good point. Like Josh is saying, we could have just figured out the sum of columns 3 and 4.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think there were about 8,000 ways that we could have done that. Now, you can note that in row 9, column 1 and 2, we know those cells aren't from 1, 5, 6, 8, 9, so they're only from 2, 3, 4, 7.
And this one isn't 2, 3, or 4.
Yes.
By the 12 cage.
Yep.
Wait, do we know what that 12 cage is?
It could be in the 12 cage. It could be, couldn't it? Yes, it could be in the 12 cage. It could be in that 12,
but it's certainly not 2.
Well, by the vertical 12 cage.
Yes, but the vertical 12 cage doesn't have all of 1, 2, 3, and 4 in it.
Sorry.
But it does have a 2 in it.
Yes.
But the reason I wanted to mark these cells is I wanted to try and decide if it was possible that the purple 12 cage actually went into these cells. But you can rule out 2. That you are correct about ruling out 2 from that cell.
D-Web points out that one of these is 9, which looks down.
That is true. I like that.
Wait, do we know that there's a 9? Is there a 9 in there?
Just by Sudoku, because you're not putting a 9 in a 4-cell 12 cage.
Right, but can 9 be in row 2 column? Oh, okay. In the column.
In box 1.
In box 1, yes.
9 is in one of these cells.
Yep.
People pointing out, Eckbert pointing out that the green 8, 9 is also resolved in column 8 because of the 9 corner mark in the red cage.
Yes.
Yeah, one of these being 9.
Oh, by Sudoku, you can just place row 1, column 1 as 8.
Oh. Yes.
Very nice.
And to add
those
to
are
21.
6, 7.
It has a 7
or 4, 9.
No, it has a 7.
No, it has a 7
but
in it.
They can't be 4, 9. Okay.
Yeah.
It has a 7 in it by Sudoku.
I was going to say it couldn't be 4, 9 because there was a 9, 4 looking at it, but that's okay.
Yeah, that works too.
So that's
So
not a
9.
7.
9 is actually placed in row 7 if you look closely enough. Because there's a 9 we know in orange in box 7. And we know there's not a 9 in this 18 cell 29 cage if you look over at our pencil marks. So the 9 is in column 9.
Why is it not here?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
You can
it could be
place
there.
9 in box 1 though, which
You can
resolves
place
box
9 in
3.
box 1.
What looks left? Looks right even.
Dang you, secret orange cage. The 4 in row 3 is in box 1, so that gets you a single digit elimination.
I'm like
at least.
leaning towards my laptop so I can see all this. The 4 in box.
Row 3 is in box 1, so you can corner mark it.
Oh yeah, 5 is in one of these cells, points out Nicholas.
So that tells you the nature of this cage. This is now
1, 2, 4, 5.
How did 5 get forced into this cage exactly?
Because
It's
in
not
the
anywhere
purple
else
cage.
in box 1.
It's not in purple, right? Okay, got it. Yep. So that tells you where the 5 goes, in fact, in the box. So the 5 is there. And we now know the nature of the purple 12 cage at the bottom. That now those are now a 3-6 rather than 4-5.
Still doesn't resolve it, unfortunately.
It doesn't, but you can fill the 3-6 in at least and feel good about that.
The 5 in row 3 looks right to the red cage, which then looks left to the yellow cage.
It does. Ba-chink, ba-chink. And now that places a bunch of digits because there's a 2-3 pair now in row 3.
That's a 4 at the bottom there, Tristan. Row 3
Yes,
column.
apologies to chat who have a hard time seeing this, but this is a very cool puzzle.
I'm having a hard time seeing this.
Apologies to Tristans who are having a hard time seeing this.
So one of these is a 4, so that's not a 4.
Not a 4.
I guess it was never a 4.
I could imagine this was very tricky to set, like purely from a cage to. I wonder if I'd be curious if MathPesto can comment if they did all the cages first and then figured out the totals after the fact.
This is only 3, 6, or 7 left in the column.
Yeah.
Garion says this is resolved. Can't be 4, 6. It can't be 4, 6 by column 5, so it is 3, 7.
Yes. Very nice. So that places the 7 in lime.
Oh, sorry, in lime. My God, it's really hard seeing that 3-7 against the blue background.
And that rules 3 out of a whole bunch of cells in lime and lets you corner mark 3 in lime.
3 and none of these and none of that, so 3 in here.
It's funny. I was going to use that corner marked 3 to remove 3 from row 4, column 4, but you did it a better way by noting that the 3 was in the box. Let's see. 3 is now actually corner markable in light blue in a useful way. It's going to resolve where the 3 is in lime.
It's here.
Yep.
Is that 32 cage, the pink one, restricted now? Just because I'm trying to figure that out. It's got 17 in, so it needs 15 in 3.
One of these needs to be
6 in
6.
orange,
It's
yep.
there.
The
We need a
3
6
looking
here
left
now.
in the 3 from box 9 looking left resolves the 3-7 and places the purple cage now.
Yes, there we go.
So my efforts to prove the purple cage did not go there were ultimately fruitless because the purple cage did go there.
That's a 4 is the only digit in that box. The 3-5 pair left in column 2.
So that makes that not a 5 at least. Okay, now can we do 21 and 3? Now we can't do 21 and 3 without a 9 or without a 9 anymore in row 9 because the only way to do it is 6, 7, 8 and 6 is gone. So now there's definitely a 9 in pink somewhere. And there's only 2 somewheres it could go, but it at least rules 9 out of row 9 column 3.
So if it's got a 9, it's what, 4, 8, 9 or 5, 7, 9?
Yep.
Well,
yeah, I
So
should
we've
have
got
chosen
a 5, 8 virtual pair.
Menu, I should have chosen a different color for cage outlines, but what's done is done. Let's see. There's no 4 here by the cage.
Yep.
And so that 1, 2 is the same 1, 2 that's in box 4, so those can be ketchuped.
And it goes in row 5, column 9.
Yep.
From the line
dotted
cage.
line tool, I would love it. Yeah.
From the line cage.
These are the same.
Right. So those are the same and they're the same as row 6, column 3, and they're the same as row 5, column 9. All of those are the same. If only there was a ketchup tool to make this easier to remember.
Yeah.
There's a 1 or 2 in a 26 cage.
That seems noteworthy. Possibly.
8, 7, 6, 5 is 1826. Oh, damn it. Just not quite restricted.
Yeah, so we can still pretty easily have a 1 in there.
But that places a 6 in the pink cage in the 32 cage in box. So that's 23, so we need 9 in 2, 2, 7, or 4, 5. I think either of them are possible. Unfortunately.
Eckbert says there's a 7 in the 29 cage because there's not a 7 in blue. Do we know there's not a 7 in pink? That is the math that I think Tallcat just did while I was
That's
doing other
30.
things.
Yeah, it could be 7 too, unfortunately.
Irksome.
3 in row 5 is placed. Yes, so it can't be, 3 can't be in the pink cage, so 3 is row 5, column 2.
Ah, very nice.
Yes, nice spot.
By the row, this is from 1, 2, 4, 5, so it's 2 or 5.
Yes, which means the
Indeed.
other is 4 or 7. The other cell in the pink cage is 4 or 7.
But the 4 in the column is in... Oh, crap. No, the 4 in the column is in box 5, and that cell is no longer in box 5. It has escaped.
Yes. Unfortunately.
Let's see. Are there other digits that are going to be hard to place in light blue and yet have to go in light blue anyway? So, for example, the 2, 5 that is in row 7, column 4, it only goes 2 places in light blue.
Gary says there has to be a 7 in this cage, which is huge, if true. 8, 6, 5, 4, 2, is that...
It's 23, yeah, he's right. 8, 6, 5, 4 is 23.
So
plus 1 or 2, yes. So you need a 7 in there, yes, he's right.
So that's a 4 and that's a 5.
Right. Yes.
Good.
Now that's a 5.
That's a 4 below it.
Yep.
And we
And
have
you
a
can place
3.
4 in box 3 as well. And you can place the 3 in box 9 now, because there's now a 2-3 pair looking down at a corner mark.
Mm-hmm. So there's a 3-6 pair at the end of, no, sorry, a 3-7 pair at the end of row 4 in the orange cage.
So that tells us the sum of some stuff.
We know the order.
So those sum to 18. So the remaining digits sum to 9, and they can't be 1/8. So ketchup is 2.
No, they have to sum to 8, not 9.
8.
Sorry, they have to sum.
26. So, but it can't be 1-7, it's 2-6.
Yeah, so it's 2-6. Okay, so ketchup is 2, even though I can't.
Even though you can't math.
Yes, even though I can't math, apparently ketchup is still 2.
We get 3 and 2 up here. 3 and 1 here.
1 is placed in box 6. In fact, we can just do the rest of box 6. It's a 1-5 pair. Yeah.
And now we can. I don't think we can.
One is-
Well, I can select these cells and we can mark.
1 is placed in row 7, just at the end, in row 7, column 9, just because it can't repeat.
Can't repeat. Yep.
But we can mark these cells.
But there's no 9 in blue, so the 9 in row 7 is also placed.
Yep.
Poor
Tristan.
And so now if you pencil mark the rest of row 7, you'll know what the last digit is in blue, and then you can mark.
True.
I promise.
That's a 6.
And so this is not 1, 2, 3, it's a 4, right?
Yep.
Yep, okay. Now you can mark. I promise not to stop you anymore.
Wait.
4 there. These
that
aren't
is a
2 or
7.
8.
Yeah, so those are 7 or 9.
So something has to. How do we make this cage work? The 21.
It has to be 4, 8, 9. So that means the second pink has to be an 8 because it's the only place it could be.
Yeah, it's going to do it.
Yeah, and it's going to force the 9 in. Yep.
So
Very
that's
nice.
our last pink.
Yes, let's
Yep.
do the cages before we accidentally finish the puzzle.
Now Tristan's going to switch to using red borders because it makes it easier. Lovely puzzle, Math Pesto. I enjoyed
Yes.
that
Very
that a
cool.
lot. Yes, the let's see, 8, 5, and now our betting tree is a 2, I believe.
Yes.
Congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a really beautiful puzzle. So, sorry to Tristan for doing it on a small monitor.
Yeah.
That was really neat.
I perhaps could have done that one on my larger monitor, but very cool puzzle.
Yeah, it's kind of because I think, was it Asparagus did like a Tetris one where it was just all the cages falling down from the top?
I think that was M Nasty did the puzzle Gravity, where sort of all the clues sort of fell down at the bottom and you had to put them back. Maybe Asparagus had one as well. And then there was
Yeah.
the one that I did years ago that was a classic Sudoku, except you had to fit the pieces in. That was by I can never remember their name. Some setter whose name started with an S. That I cannot think of off the top of my head, but it was on my puzzle of the year list that year. So I always enjoy the sort of fit the puzzle pieces into the puzzle kind of puzzle, even though I imagine they're a nightmare to set.
I like I enjoy chaos constructions, but I think the J diadecon's good because once you get something with a region, it can force the rest. So I like the added rule of you can't slide things past each other.
That is a cool
it makes things a little more forcible and a little more fun, where one thing can lead to another.
So how about J Dyer deconstruction, but with given irregular shaped regions? So you're just given the puzzle pieces that you have to put in as irregular regions.
Oh, good grief. Could you imagine if you had ones of that where you highlighted the cells that weren't in regions as well? So here's this very strange shape, but these cells are not in a region, so figure out where it goes. Oh goodness.
Two truths and a lie. J. Dyer deconstruction is something I've started setting a bunch of times, but I've never been happy with the break-in, so I have never finished it.
You know, I did wonder if there was. I was thinking the other day about if you could do a repeat of Jormungandr except with a 10 line instead of a region sum line.
I've tried very hard to do that. J. Dyer made a 6x6 single 10-line puzzle, I believe. But yeah, I would love a 10-line J. Dyer deconstruction. I have worked a number of times and found like a couple like neat break-ins. Safi, M. Nasty is right. Safi was the constructor of the original Jigsaw classic puzzle that I did on stream.
So apparently it would not be possible to slide these in some order that would allow them to get here in real life, claims Selena.
I would believe that. Yeah, I was wondering exactly how the no crossing over rule was worded, given that. But it's probably better than having the rule be there is some order to be determined by the solver that
it's these two.
Mm-mm.
You can't slide these in real life.
Right. Whichever of them you put first, you can't do the other.
Well, that's why there was an explosion and they flew out.
Exactly.
All right, very good. I enjoyed that.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let's take a quick break and come back with another puzzle.
Alrighty. See everyone in just a moment.
Welcome back. Or let's see. We are doing this puzzle. By Playmaker.
You're now oh, never mind. Never mind. It was my fault, not yours. 57 Thorns having ice cream in the cold and then possibly having regrets. It is true, ice cream is delicious. So we've got a couple rules here just to go over them. So the cells separated by an X sum to 10. The cells separated by a V are low and sum to 5. And along a green line, we must be careful that adjacent digits need to differ by at least 5. And so all of this is going to suggest that this puzzle is going to be immediately high-low colored.
Yep.
So all the V's, for example, are low.
Playmaker, do you remember this well enough to give us a bet tree? And we'll start by coloring V's low.
That is a very aggressive blue. You can also color the cells opposite the V's on X's high.
Of which there is only one.
So 8, column 9.
Yeah, if I did this, it was a long time ago. And I can't remember it. So
Right. The rest of the lows in box 3 are on the line. Thank
Correct.
you to Sayori. So these are high. So that's low. So that's low. So these are high.
Yep.
and it's a 1, 2, 3.
Is there really no low digit that you can write things on where people can see it in your color palette? Because we're going to want a subcolor here, and I feel like it's going to be a camouflage nightmare if you use this this shade of blue. But
I mean,
it is true you over exuberantly oranged.
Chip Sounder, cerulean blue is a gentle breeze.
Okay,
for those who remember the X-Files.
This is orange at the very least.
It's not 5, and that still lets you color the line here.
Yes.
And one of those things is a 5.
So yeah, so it's
the blues are the same. The blues have to be the same.
Yes, the blues are the same.
The V's, sorry, are the same. Otherwise, row 2, column 7 would not have a value.
Yeah, that is why I was trying to get Tristan to choose a different blue, just because we need to subcolor the V's. But you can just splash it with yellow and purple, and we'll just make do.
I mean, it would take me a couple minutes to change because I'd have to change.
Well, let's just splash it with yellow and purple, and just note for the future that you need a better blue. But just color this V yellow.
And that means that row 3, column 3 is blue-yellow as well, because they both can't go on the X.
Correct.
But we know what this is, because this is 1, 4. Ooh, wait.
What?
Yeah, it's right. It's right, because if it was 4, 1, then the 4 would have to be there, and that would be a 9, but then it would be 1, 9 on the X.
Why can't it be 2, 3?
Because if the other 2 blues were 1, 4, the 4 would be where Tristan is highlighting, and the 1 would be on the X with a 9 across from it, but you would need a 9 on the whisper next to the 4.
Ah, yep. Okay, yep, I agree. So yellow's 1, 4. That's very sneaky.
I'm not sure we need to color the V's then. Maybe
that is possible.
Better to subcolor the X's.
So you can write 1, 4, 6, 9 into row 3 of box 1 now.
But yes, we should maybe have the row and column labels on again.
Yes, that would be good.
Oh,
I keep
row
struggling.
column labels.
Yeah, we'll
There,
get him
let me
to
make sure.
pencil mark that eventually, Sayori.
Row 3, column 3.
Oh,
Yep.
wrong thing. Hang on. I'm adjusting OBS.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. There we go.
Okay.
Row 3, column 3 is a 1 or a 4.
Yep.
And hence is blue.
Aggressive blue.
And the X is from 1469. So the V digits are all 2, 3. And you know where the V digits are in the because the V digits, the 2 and the 3 in box 1,
Which V
they have
digits?
to be in a place. The 2, 3 in box 1.
Yeah, okay.
They have to go on the whisper in a way that doesn't cause you to need a 5th low digit in the box. So in other words, row 1, column 2 has to be low.
Yes.
And those are a 2, 3 pair.
That was a very round the houses way of stating that.
And these can't be 2, 3.
I didn't think I had to say, because Tristan
then you
explained
would
this
have no
deduction so
lift.
beautifully earlier. I was just trying to give him enough that he would just say it.
So that
but
is
it
7,
didn't
8.
quite get him there.
2, 3. Yep.
So high. And now this is a 5.
It is a green 5. Let us do our 5 dance. Badoop badoop. Ooh. Badoop badoop. Wah. Badoop badoop. Wee. Badoop boop badoop boop 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 boop. Waha. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So fill in the 2, 3 pairs in box 1 and 3.
Well, D-Web, the digit dance can only be like redeemed when the digit is in place.
That's true. So 7, 8 also, and
where does 6 go in box 1? Goes here.
Yes.
Yep.
So that's a 4, 6. That's a 1.
Mm-hmm.
And the 7, 8s are different, so the 2, 3s are different.
And you can fill a second 7, 8 in row 2. Across from the X.
So that's a 6, 9 next to it.
So yeah, that's a 6, 9 next to it.
Oh, so 5, I guess 5 is placed in box 3, basically, is easier.
Yep. And 6 and 9 are orange. Actually, no, the 6 is that's just a 6.
Yes,
because
yes.
you certainly can't put a 6 on the whisper.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so
that's a 9, that's a 1, that's a
1.
4.
So row 3, column 7 is just 8 or 9 because it can't be a 7.
Yeah, and ditto row 1, column 3. I've been trying to decide if that was going to do anything, but I
Yeah.
and one of them is 9 for what it's worth, but I think what it's worth is absolutely nothing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure. So now we are meant to see something that extends beyond these boxes, presumably.
I mean, we could chase 5s a lot around in box 4, for example.
That's true.
And then that gets chased into box 6.
That's true.
And down to box 9.
Yep.
Apologies to the 5 betters, of which there are many.
Uh-oh.
5 is by far and away the mode bet.
Slade.
Playmaker better run. There's going to be some angry people with pitchforks.
5 in box 9 can also be corner marked.
literally 50% of bets are fives.
Oh, some people are laughing all the way to the back.
Yep.
Okay, so I mean, it's a minor point, but at least the X in row 5 and box 4 can't be 4, 6. Because the whisper just doesn't work. Can't be 6, 1, and if you have 4, 9, it can't be a 1, 9.
Yep.
Wait, what's wrong with it going 4, 9?
Because that puts
Because
a
you would
1
need
here.
a 1, 9, and there's a 1 in the column.
Ah, right. Got it. Yep.
And yeah, Screaming Ice Cube points out that X that you're highlighting, Tristan, is 2, 3, 7, 8.
Yep. So that's a virtual 2-3 pair in the column.
Tristan, you realize betting is still open, so you've told everyone that 5 was a huge bet, and now everyone's swarming to something else.
Yeah, go ahead, and it's fair game. You've got
I think Tristan
30
should be
seconds
much more
left to bet.
disciplined about shutting the betting down once the first deduction in the puzzle is made, but I think that requires more attention than Tristan usually wants to give when he's running the betting.
I have 10 minutes. You get 10 minutes to bet. So 10 more seconds. You want to bet? Bet now.
So
time's up.
This X is not 4, 6, the other one in the box. Could it be 3, 7? I think annoyingly it can just get away with being 3, 7, unless that creates problems with the 8, 2 up there or something. But I if it creates problems, I don't see it.
This one isn't 4, 6 by uniqueness.
Well, also because if it's 4, 6, you can't put 4, 6 in the column.
Yep.
In column 3.
So you can,
that's true.
You can honestly fill out that one is not 4, 6. I'm trying to decide if there's any of these X's that we know whether they're the same or not.
These are the same color, points out Jaleb, as each other.
That's true.
Make those yellow.
Hey, Glum Hippo. So why don't you actually mark these X's that we know aren't 4, 6 as 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9? Just so that I don't have to think about which ones that applies to. So if let's just play this ridiculous game. If that X in that row is 3, 7 or 2, 8, in row 5, that X, if that's 3, 7 or 2, 8, now row 6, column 2 sees a 2, 3, 7, 8 quadruple. And so this would be a 1, 9. Oh, that's the point. This is every flavor of X in this column except for 4, 6, I think. Because look at the column. We've got the X at the top. That's one of the 3 flavors that's not 4, 6. We've got the X there. That's another one. And then this is the last one. Row 6, column 2 is the last flavor. Row
Why can't
6,
they
column
be?
2.
Why can't they be the same?
Because they're in the same column and box.
No, but why can't the one in box 4 and the one in box 7 be the same?
Box 4 and I'm not talking about the one in box 7. My point is that this means that the other X, this one, is the same as that one.
Oh,
that's the point.
Yes.
I
forgot we had that annotation.
Yeah.
Yes, just by following the 2 3s.
Just by following along.
Okay.
Okay, so those are the same.
So that means they're
And so
placed.
that gives us a
Yeah.
red pair right here.
Yes. Yes.
Just by Sudoku.
Right. Okay.
So these are from
Uh,
2, 3, 7, 8.
Mhm.
Oh, so then that actually in the top of box 4 where the 5 is, you can also pencil mark a 4 6 as well. So that's a 4 5 6. Because where does row 3 column 1 go in box 4?
Why can't it go in row 4, column 3?
No, it's a 4 5 6. Those 2 cells are from 4 5 6.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
that's what
It's
I'm
the
saying.
4, 6, and the 5.
Okay, right. Yes. Okay, yes. It is those 2 cells up there. Right. So this X is also not the other X in the row, therefore is also not from 4 6. So you can also make this one 1 2 3 7 8 9.
And that's not a 1, so that's not a... What did I do? That's not a 9.
Yep.
Oh, also the X in in column 8 is the other 2 3. So it is not red. It is whatever other color you want to use. No, the other one, the one at the top of column 8. That X is the other one. We should color that as well.
That can be green.
Okay, and so that seems so now the X in row 7
is not red,
not red or green. So this is 1 9 or 4 6.
That's not 6. That's not 4.
And I think Ambrose or someone in chat saw before that was not that it wasn't 4 6, but I don't remember if it was this one that they were talking about.
No, I think they were talking about the one in row 9. Maybe. Actually, that is true though, because it can't be. Yeah, because it can't be 4 6 because of the whisper in column 7. It would be 4 6 with a 1 9 next to it, and wouldn't that break? Wouldn't that break with the X? If row 9 column 7 was 4 or 6, it would have a 1 or 9, the other next to it, and that would break the X that we've just defined.
Yep. So yeah, so those aren't 4 6. By the way, welcome August. I don't think I've seen August in the chat before, but welcome August Scott.
Should give August some points.
Okay.
So is there some non-cheaty way to know that the X isn't green, or sorry, that the X isn't red in box 6? I guess even the cheaty way isn't true. But I would like the red. I would like that X to not be red either. That would make my day happier. Ooh, the one.
So if this is red, then this is also red.
Row 1, column 8.
Yes.
Does it have to go in row 7, column 9? Because it has to go on an X, and it's not going on that X. It's not going on the green or red X's, and it's not going on. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's not quite. Almost.
Yeah,
Not quite. I think there. Yeah. Yeah, as D-Web says, yeah, we don't quite have a uniqueness argument to make yet. So I don't know if this is worth pointing out, but you can at least mark the candidates in the row 6V just so that we know that in particular, the one over there isn't 1, I think is useful to know. So we do still need to put a 1 in the column somewhere.
Hmm.
You can sort of mini color that confluence of stuff at the bottom, because we know exactly how this colors, because of the X. So like those two in the column 5 are the same, and then that's the same as the one over there. Is that saying anything? I'm trying to see if we can connect that to anything anywhere. Ooh, that looks delicious.
Making me think of Codex Battenberg's thermo puzzle.
Chat giving Tristan a hard time about his life choices.
Oh goodness.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something that was wrong again. Of course.
Well, I guess we know that the X in box 7, if we think about where that goes in the X in box 9, if we think about where that goes in column 7, at least one of the digits is going to be in box 4. Right? Because if it were 4, well, if it were 4 6, you'd have 4 and 6 in there. If it were 1 9, you'd have at least 1 would be in there. I don't know if that is doing anything in particular.
Rough.
Pressure pattern.
And annoyingly, like I'm noticing that if this X was 4 6, it would leave only 2 places for the 4 in box 8. But one of them is there, and that's not a problem at all.
Yeah, it would place a 4 6 in row 9.
Well, oh wait, that's true? Okay, so yeah, if this X is 4 6, those two are a 4 6 pair.
Yep.
Just because, as you note, we have to put 4 and 6 in row 9.
And then one of them goes here, right?
Oh, hang on a second. Wait, 1 second. No, I thought I was going mad. Never mind.
Oops.
I thought I saw something, but no, going bonkers. It happens. That is true. Yes, that is true. Where Martin has a good point. Where is the other X in box 7 in column 3? Because it's not
so
red.
it's either 1 9 or it's 2 8. And so, in particular, row 1, column 3 is always part of it, right?
So it's the green X. That's the point. It's the green.
Why couldn't it be 1 9?
Because, oh, no, you're right.
But
Sorry,
the point is, it always involves row 1, column 3. I don't know how Tristan's going to notate this. It's going to be a nightmare. But the high digit
is either 8 or 9. So
yeah, it is the 8 or the 9, and it's that 8 or 9.
So it's not 3 7.
So it's not 3 7, right? Good point.
Well, he can take 3 7 off the X.
Yeah, so that is at the very least. Not that one. We're talking about the one in row 9 in box 7, Tristan. And the point is the 8 9 that's in here is the same as the 8 9 that's in row 1, column 3. uh, that is what we have concluded. Uh,
So then,
uh,
hmm. So I guess if it were green, then yeah, I don't know what that means.
DWeb wants to look at sort of what happens if this V is 2, 3, because it forces this to be 7, 8, which then forces this to be a 1 exactly, but it sort of seems to trickle out there maybe, unless I guess it would force this to be the other 2, 3. But I can't quite sort of see how it breaks, but it seems like that sort of that is a very delicate string of things.
Playmaker hints that the thing to notice is in box 4.
Hmm.
Is it worth coloring that the row 2, column 3, 2, 3 is green and the other 2, 3 over there is red, just to sort of keep track of that as we think about our X's? Uh,
Hmm.
Okay, so we have to put both these digits in column 1.
That might be it, Tristan.
Could we put them... Could this be one of them and that, and they be low?
No, it's not, because they're not red. Those two are not 4
Neither
or
of these
6,
is
and they have
red,
to
so they're
column
not
1.
here.
So they're row 1, column 1, and row 9, column 1.
So
yep,
these are
yep.
high. So yellow
Yeah.
is high.
Very nice. Okay, good. Yellow is closer to orange than blue
That's
anyway.
low.
Very nice.
So
now that isn't 2, 3. Oh yeah, as Playmaker says, where does row 1?
That's maybe that's slightly more natural to me as a direction to ask it, but yeah, same idea.
We should have followed on from that after we saw the 4 6s, I guess.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh well. So now the V in row 6 is resolved. Can't be
Yep.
2, 3.
Yep. So we get that. That's not a 1, so that's not a 9. That's not a 1, so that's not a 9.
Mm-hmm.
So there is basically, I guess now there's a hidden. Oh, hang on, what was I thinking of? Nope, it's gone.
Ah,
You're
4
right.
in box 5. Very nice. Sayori points it out.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just placed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because 4 can't go, midway along the whisper. I was going to say because there's a 9 above it, but you don't even have to be that sophisticated. You can just appeal to the monogamy of 4.
Well, we had to rule it out from going here.
Such a prude.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah. You do need to
Although if you consider row 5 instead of box 5, then it's easier.
Yeah. That 4 is blue. And it only goes in 2 places in box 8 now. You can corner mark.
Yeah, so now the X is resolved. It can't be 2-8 because whichever way around it breaks. Because if it were 2-8 with the 2 in row 4, column 5, it would be a 2-3 pair on the Whisper, and that couldn't be 8 or 9. And if it's 8-2, then it would be a 3, and it couldn't be 8-9.
Breaks the Whisper.
Yep.
So this can't be 2-8. This is 3-7.
And I think that doesn't. No, I was going to say, doesn't that mean there have to be a 3 on it? But no.
So this is
So this is
2
2
or-
or 8.
2 or 8.
Uh,
And this is also 2 or 8, I think.
3, 8.
yeah, because it can't be 1 or 9. Because
Yeah.
it sees 1 and 9 by magic.
Yeah.
So now that tells us that you can roll 2 and 8 off of the row 5X.
In box 4. Yeah. Oh, we also so now the domino in box. If you look where 9 is in, there's a Zakwing on 9s in box 4 and 5. So that places 9 in row 6. In box 6 in row 4, and that means that the X is red because you have a 7-8-9 triple in box 4
Yeah.
and 9
So
in box
9.
5. So 9 is in
9 is in one of those 3 cells.
yeah, which means that that is red. So red must
Yep.
be 3-7 then, I think.
Because it's not 4-6 and it's not 1-9. If you actually corner the 9 in, it will be more clear.
So 9.
So yeah, so this X is now 2, 3, 7, 8, and it's not green, so it's red.
And so
And
yeah,
that means that it's 3-7. Because red's both digits of red have to go in row 4 in box 5.
mhm.
Yep.
So
That's very clever.
so so that is going to do a lot of stuff by stuff.
Jedi says the Hulk colored line is resolved. That's very funny.
Yep. I agree with J Dyer as well. Although you might want to do your Svenning in box 3 before you get to J Dyer's more sophisticated point.
Yep.
Which is that if green on the Hulk line was low, those two in column 5 would be a 2-3 pair just by Sudoku, but 2-3 would only go next to 8 or 9, and row 8 column 4 can be neither.
Yes.
Is J Dyer's point.
So purple is low.
So purple is low, correct. And so row 8 column 4 is only 1 or 3 just by Sudoku. And you can complete the 7-8-9 triple in row 9 because row 9 column 5 has to be from 7-8-9.
Uh-huh. 9 in box 5 is placed in row 6, column 5. That's a 5-6 pair left, not resolved.
I just did an elaborate proof in my head that 2 adjacent digits on the whispers aren't 3-7. that involved a Zackwing, and then eventually my conclusion was
we can
Was
pencil
born out.
9 here, so that resolves what this is.
Yes.
That's a 1.
Yep.
Very good. So that gets us 6, 7,
That
8.
gets us a 2 over in box 9 by Svenning.
2, okay. So we have a pair now, so that gets us a 9 and a 1.
Oh, and that looks up.
It does look up.
Surprising, it feels relatively minimalist construction.
This does feel quite minimalist because all the whispers are so short.
Yeah.
Uh,
Damn you, Playmaker. Oh, 2 in box 8 is placed on the X now. This is a 2-8 pattern.
yep.
Yeah.
Excellent.
No pun intended. The 7 looks up by Sven.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a 6. There's nothing else it can be.
Why can't it be 8?
Oh. Sorry.
But per Tallcat in chat, the 7 looks up into box 5.
So that's going to resolve that. Nice.
Yep.
2 and an 8.
The 2 is placed in row 5 in box 6. Row 5, column 9. That does the
2,
5.
so that's
And so that places 5 in row 5.
Mm-hmm.
And
2 rows.
So row 5, column 7 is high, and I have a theory chat will know which high. It's not row 5, column 7. There we go.
So that's a
It's
6.
funny to hear you saying that to someone else later. Usually it's you.
And so now row 4, column 7 is a naked low. In fact, it's a naked single altogether because it sees everything but 1. 8 is placed
9.
in this box.
Yep. You can resolve the 8, 9 pair here.
My efforts to prove that the triple in box at the top of box 4 wasn't 4, 5, 6 have now failed as well.
1 is placed here by Sudoku.
Yep. Very good. That looks up. 7 in box 9. Only what left in column 7.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Chip says he's getting a lot of lagging. That's no good.
Let's
I don't
see.
know
Am
if
I
that's our
dropping
internet or anything.
frames? I've dropped a couple of frames, but not really severely.
7 looks over at box 7.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, most of the clues are done. I think we're getting close to marking.
Full mark.
Oop. Yeah.
Nice. The 8 in box 7 is going to unravel a lot, or you could do it that way. That's fine.
No,
Wait.
that's wrong.
I did it wrong.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second. That doesn't look good. Excellent. Glad to hear it's better, Chip. No deet deet doot. What does the Sudoku community become?
4.
Yes.
6. Now we do our colorings.
Priorities are important.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a low, and it is a 3.
Ta-da.
Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da.
So congratulations to our 3 betters.
Yes.
The
The
tree
3
had-
betters will be paid handsomely.
The tree was the deep all along.
Indeed. Suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Well, goodness, that was
Intricate.
yes,
Yeah.
very playmaker though.
Yes. Playmaker puzzles usually have a complicated interaction to find. Yeah, this does feel very minimalist because the longest German whisper has length 4.
And you use most of them at the start.
Yes.
Okay.
It's, like, good luck. Like, you started the puzzle and then are just like, oops, I have to go. I'm just going to publish it with only the first 6 clues that I put into the grid and hope it works out okay.
Oh, very nice though.
Shall we
All
take a
right.
quick break?
Yeah,
Yes.
and then we have time for one more puzzle and then maybe a 6x6 or 2.
Okay.
Depends on what the one puzzle is.
Yep.
Yes. All right.
All right. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are back with this this puzzle by Crusader 175. And we have numbered rooms, which clues outside the grid give a digit. So, like, this 1 is saying that if this is a 5, this has to be a 1.
It's telling you where the 1 is in the row.
Yep.
Or column.
Or column.
Or column, yep.
And this is an entropic mirror saying that you separate them into low 1, 2, 3, middle 4, 5, 6, and high 7, 8, 9. So if this, oops, if this is a, stop it. If this is a 1, 2, 3, then I think this is no. Yes.
No, it's row 7, column 2.
Yes. Then this is also a 1, 2, 3. Doing mirror without row column labels on is kind of horrible.
Mm. So I do have an observation right from the start. Is this what you were about to say, Zeta?
Probably. I'm going to guess you're going to say about 3 different things about how things are entropic because of the clues and because of the diagonal.
I'm going to
actually, go on, Tristan.
I'm going to slap down a bet tree somewhere. Should we put it on the diagonal?
I would put it in like box 2 somewhere because there's nothing pointing at box 2.
Sure. We'll put it here.
So you can do the entropic talk about numbered rooms. Zeta.
So in, for example, if you highlight column 1 and box 1, Tristan, these have to be 1 of each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. Which, if you've done 1, 5, 9 puzzles before, you've probably seen this deduction before. But the point is, one of the ones is in box 1, one of them is in box 2, and one of them is in box 3. And as it happens, by pure coincidence, the low entropy, the 1, 2, 3 entropy, corresponds to being in box 1, the medium entropy corresponds to being in box 2, and the high entropy corresponds to being in box 3. So Tristan could draw like a mini orange line here to sort of indicate that this is 1 of each entropy. And likewise in the row, but it won't be, but that will be misleading if Tristan does that. So Tristan should not do that because it doesn't continue. It's not a length 5 entropic line because actually the entropy of row 2, column 1 and row 1, column 2 are the same.
And the thing I notice is I think the low entropy digit in that box has to be in row 1, column 1. Because
So if it's not...
no, actually I'm forgetting the 1. I was going to say, whoops. Wrong thing. I was going to say, I'm forgetting that 1 can be a 1. Because I thought you were going to end up with the same entropy, but not this. Oh, no, no,
but,
ignore me. Yeah.
Also, within a single box, so look at, say, box 5, Tristan, and look at the diagonal within box 5.
We do get this.
Yes, that is true. If you look at the diagonal from box 5, this has to have 1 of each on it. So that's also a mini entropic line. Because if it doesn't have 1 of each, then that means you have 3 of them off the diagonal, which does not work from parity reasons. Yes. Because you'd have then, well, you always have an even number of something off the diagonal. So you get a bunch of mini entropic lines running down the diagonal as well.
Yep. So Selena is right that the low entropy number for 2 is always 3.
So there's a 3 corner marked in row 1.
Let's see.
And we know it actually can't be row 1, column 1 because...
Yep.
Right.
because oh no, that wouldn't work.
That
Yes.
would put a second low entropy digit in row 1, because if you put a 3 in row 1, column 1, then it puts a 1 in row 1, column 3.
Yeah.
So you can, in fact, note.
So one of these is a 3. So one of these is a 2, and
so the low entropy digit in that string is a 1.
Is a 1.
And we know it doesn't go in row 1, column 1.
Yes.
Actually, then, doesn't that mean from the mirror point of view? Yeah, surely that means then that row 2, column 1 can't be 3, because that would put too many low digits in the box.
Yep. Because that would also, well, yeah, because that would put a low digit here as well.
Right, and there's not a low digit to go with. So so correct.
What we have to say is,
or
this
just put
can't be
another
low.
way. We need one on the diagonal. We need a low digit on the diagonal because of the diagonal entropy, and there's only one low digit that can go on the diagonal, which is the 2. And so we get our digidance of the 2. Woohoo! Waha! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciated. And so that tells you where the 3 and the 1 are.
Yep.
And you can blue all of these cells just to indicate that they're low entropy.
Okay, good start.
Yeah, the only reason we didn't mark that, JC Gadar, is because it makes it look like there's one long length 5 entropic line, which there is not. Yeah, if Tristan wanted to put a red line through row 1, that would be fine, but it's probably gratuitous.
And then we get them on the diagonals, and you start using all sorts of crazy colors.
So does this mean that row 2, column 1, row 1, column 2, and row 2, column 2 are the same entropy?
Those all have to be the same entropy. That's true.
We just don't know what it is yet.
We don't know what it is, but right. Because all of those are the entropy that isn't low and isn't row 1, column 1.
Yeah.
Because of the various different types of entropic line. So yeah, so those make those say yellow. And then you can make the other remaining 3 purple.
Right.
Okay, and then you can get rid of the orange in box 1 because now it's gratuitous. All right, so no great hope of doing the same thing in boxes 3 or 7, I don't think.
Eckbert has a good point. Where does 9 go in row 1?
It's in box 2, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not quite.
Or could it be here?
Could be there, I think.
It can't be
Why
here.
can't it go there?
Because if it was in row 1, column 1, then that would place a 1 in row there, and it doesn't work.
Right. Okay, yep, that's true.
But this could theoretically be a 9. I don't see why not.
Yeah, 2 is the low. 2 is the low digit.
2 need a
for the
2.
9.
Yep, and there will be a 1 in this.
So the 1 is there. So that tells us where the mid is. So purple is mid,
and
yellow is high because of the row 1, column 1.
Because of this. So these are mid. What color is mid? Green?
I usually use purple for mid and then orange for high, but you can use green if you want.
You can use purple.
Got to have some purple in there somewhere.
Yep. So you can mark
4, 5,
them off.
6.
Oh, sure.
And then you can mark the 2 corner mark that you get as that. Because of the 4, 5, 6 in row 1, column 1, you can corner mark a 2 into column 1.
And 3 is the low in box 7.
Yep. And so
Yep.
that gives you an 8.
7, 8, 9. Index the 1 in row 2.
Yep.
Hmm.
And there's also going to be a 9 here, which is because of this 2.
Yes, because the 2. Yep. So that's going to
Yeah.
place.
So that was a 9.
up there.
Yeah.
So that is a 9. So that's a 2.
Yep.
That's
And
low.
so that
and we
reflects across the parity
that.
mirror.
Is this right?
No, that doesn't look right.
No, it's row 1, column 9. Row 2, column 9.
Yes, that is the digit
Yeah.
that is low.
Yeah. So
that is a
that's
1 or a
low.
3.
So it's a 1 or a 3.
And so that tells you that row 1, column 9 is not a 2.
So row 9, column 1 is not a 3.
Right.
Yes.
Yep. So
I completely
9, column 3 is
forgot.
not an 8.
But this
Completely
isn't a
forgot
1
about the
either.
parity
This is
mirror.
a 3.
Because if that was a 1, yeah, we didn't update our corner marks when we did that.
Yep.
So yeah, so
Yep.
that is a 3. Yep.
Very good.
You can remove an 8 corner mark in box 7 because of the 3 corner mark you removed. Just so we won't do that again.
It's a 1, 9 pair in box 3, Tristan.
Yep.
I think you were hovering to do it. I'm wondering if that bet tree was such a good idea now.
Yeah, it is possible that we
We may need to do some deforestation.
Maybe
maybe I
box
should have
6
chosen
would have been
box
better.
8. Yeah,
Or
but
box
box
8.
maybe one of those. Yeah,
Or even box 5. I think box 5 would have been better.
that's possible.
Oh, so there has to be a high, right, in box 7 above the 2, because there's a 9, and it can't be an 8 and it can't be a 9, so there must be a 7 in box 7 above the 2.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, it must be.
Because just by parity mirror logic. Very nice. Very nice.
So that looks up.
So that's an 8, that's a 7, that's a 1, that's a 9, that's a 2.
Okay, and so do all
we
your
get
mirroring.
to reflect that. These are low, that's high. So
that's low. Yep.
That's low, that's a 3, that's an 8.
And then row 7, column 2 is low. That's high. Yeah.
Yeah,
By reflecting the 9.
That's,
yep.
Yep. And so fill in the 7.
And that's high.
And that's a 1. That's the last low digit for the box.
Very neat idea.
Yes.
Can do some Sudoku, 3, pencil mark 3 in box 2.
Pencil mark 9 onto the entropic line in box 9. Or sorry, in box 7, which is going to let us corner mark a 9 as well.
Oh,
9 onto the entropic line in box 7. Yeah.
One of those is a 9, which lets us corner mark an 8. And the 8 can't be in front of the 5 because the 8 would place the 5 on top of a 1.
Nice. So that's an 8.
In fact, that's the 8.
So then the 9, index the 9 in box 7.
Yep.
So that's high.
And it's a 7.
And it's a 7, so that's a 9.
Wow, that's going to ping around. Okay.
Yep.
And that's a 5 now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's not 5.
And so now you know the whole coloring of box 3 and box 7.
So that is mid.
They're all mid. They're all mid.
Yep,
Yeah,
Oh, they're all
everything is
mid.
mid.
Yeah.
Yep. And in box 7.
It's 8. 4, 6.
4, 6. Looks up.
That's a 5.
7 in box 9 is in column 8. Because just by Sudoku and by the fact that it's not on the diagonal, and it. Oh, sorry, never mind. It could go on the thing for the 6. Never mind. Sorry, I in my head I thought 6 wasn't purple, but 6 is purple.
Index the 8 in row 7.
This we haven't reflected this. That's high. That's a 7.
Yep.
7.
Yes. Okay. Yes. That's
and
right.
then index the 8. How did you get that
JSP
as a
Gadar,
6?
it's because there's a
Oh,
there's a 5 numbered rooms clue in row 7 is how that was gotten to be 5.
And this reflects row 7, column 5, row 5, column 7. It reflects there. So that's high and is an 8 or a 9.
Mm-hmm. And your 6
looks left.
Yep, so
Well,
that's a
that's
4. That's a 6.
box 3.
Thank you. So that's a 4. So that's a 9. That's an 8. This reflects here.
There.
So it's a 7.
Row 1,
this-
column 1 indexes a couple things.
Yep. So that places a 1
Okay.
and a 2.
Mm-hmm.
You can finish row 1 by Sudoku. It's a 5-8 pair. And you know the order.
Nice.
Oh, so that actually feeds back to
Mm-hmm.
box 4.
So that is mid. Oh, right. I don't have a shortcut for that. Mid, and this one is high.
Yep.
Let's see.
High is an 8, the mid is a
It's
4.
an 8.
And a 4.
4. This has been really smooth.
Very nice. It's
If you look at row 6, column 9, it's got almost no candidates.
You get an 8 here by Sudoku.
yeah, it's going to get really, really hard as we try and avoid the bet tree.
I don't feel any strong desire to avoid the bet tree.
Okay. Can't be 7, 8, 9. Oh, and it can't be 1, 2, 3. It's 4, 5. It's 5 or 6.
Yep.
Yep. This is 5 or 6, so it's mid. One of
And
these is a
The
7.
same is true for
and
the
then
one
this
over there.
reflects here.
Which
And
is just
so
a 6.
now that one can only be 6.
So that puts a 4 here. That's the wrong
Indeed, it
color.
does, which places the 7 in box 5 after you reflect that purple.
That's very
Yep. So that's purple. That's 7. Which is
And
high.
that 7 then tells you what digit goes in row 9, column 6, because it's indexing it.
Yep,
and that's
so
actually
a
going to tell you
5.
what's
Yep,
in the
it's gonna tell
purple.
you- Yep,
It's
that tells you the
6.
purple is a 6.
So that's a
That's
6.
6 is
The
placed in
remaining
row
2
4.
digits that are not on the diagonal are blue, because you
Oh,
only
yes.
get to put 1 blue on the diagonal, so those are both blue.
And you know where the purple goes on the diagonal, actually. can't go in row 5, column 5.
Oh yes, that's right. It's a naked, not not purple. So
So
that's blue. And that is our purple 5.
6 is placed in box 4 in row 5, column 2.
just by Sudoku. Yep.
Yes. Oh, so the bet tree is purple.
Yeah, yes, the bet tree is purple.
And is a 4 or a 6.
And now we can probably mark, because I think we've used all the clues. Except for the parity mirroring.
Yeah.
Which should be helpful to have with the marking.
Oh, 5 is hidden here in row 5.
Oh, yes.
But
that ought to help.
Then
So yeah, so the cells that only have 1 digit in them seem like they will be very useful.
7, so that's a 9.
And don't forget, you can mirror anytime you place a digit if you ever get bored.
Yeah. It's like this 3 is going to place a 2 here.
Yeah.
And in box 9, you can place a 2, which is going to be really helpful.
Bet tree is a 6.
Congratulations to all the 6 betters out there.
There's just one. You get 700 points.
Ooh.
Enjoy your 700 points. And enjoy your row 7, column 7.
So 2 there.
3 next to it.
5 here. So that's not a 3.
Yep. And the other digit on the diagonal is also purple, recall.
That's a 3. Not a 1. Purple. So that's a 1. That's a 3. It's a 2. 4.
Placing the 2 in box 5.
Wow, Carl has 9,926 points.
Ooh, who will be the first to make it to a 5-digit number of points?
Good grief.
I think Casey was previously.
Poor Casey. One too
I
many
think
5 bets.
He gave them away from his generosity, I think.
Oh, okay. Then I won't feel bad about that then.
So that's going to be a 4.
J40 has made Carl the first to get a 5-digit point total by giving Carl the 74 points needed to get to 10,000 points.
6. So that is going to have to be a 7. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 7. 2, 1, 3, 7, 1.
Congratulations, Carl, on being the first to get there, I believe. Although, actually, sorry, Tallcat claims that Casey was there before. So being the second, I think, to get there.
No, I think that was Tristan, please. But we're so easy to confuse. It's like glasses and British accents and drinking Yorkshire tea.
That's true.
Well,
very nice puzzle.
That didn't feel that. I don't know. I'm not sure that felt like a full 3 stars, but
yeah,
that was really fun.
3 stars is a pretty broad range from the low 3 stars to the high 3 stars. Part of it has to do with how LMD quote unquote rounds things. So I think it rounds to 3 a lot.
I wonder if setting that there must be a point where the puzzle just takes it out of your hands, essentially, like, because just the restriction, I guess, of the mirror of sorts. There's going to come a point where it's like, okay, it just all falls to pieces, and it's a matter of finding the right clue that just finishes it off. I've never set a mirror puzzle myself, so
I would not want to set one without a solver because of that exact thing. Like I would want a solver that could do it. And
yeah.
I agree with JLib. 3 stars is the 7 of EDH. I agree.
All right. We have time for another 9x9, I think, as long as it isn't too hard. So we will be right back with another 9x9. See you shortly. We are back with this puzzle by Paul Fly. I did the 6x6 version of this on stream previously, and I really enjoyed it. And I said at the time I'd really like to see a 9x9 version, and Paul Fly said they were already working on it. So here it is.
You might have to shrink the grid a little.
Oh, is
Tristan.
it? Let me check OBS. Yes.
Nordy in
it is
chat suggesting they'd
too
like
big.
half stars on LMD. I think it would be very easy to just give 1 decimal point. I don't see why you can't have a decimal point, especially given the things like give me a 4.3 or a 4.9 or whatever. I feel like we could handle that. And I think then it would turn out that, yeah, there was a huge difference between a 3.1 and a 3.7.
All right, that looks good.
Yep.
Do you have a bet tree, Paul Fly?
Oh, hey. Good to see you here, Paul Fly.
The star rating on fog puzzles can be hidden behind the fog.
There you go.
I kind of want to set a fog puzzle just for Tallcat where the fact that it's anti-night is hidden behind the fog, so he'll start it. And then get trapped.
Yeah, somebody set a fog puzzle where every time a piece of fog is revealed, the constraints change.
What if we put a bit tree like here?
Seems reasonable.
Uh,
Congratulations
so-
to all the 1 betters. May all your betting tree wishes come true.
Yeah, I'd recommend not betting 1 unless you want to give points away.
He says not really. They say not really.
So
Yeah, I saw that.
all of these lines are renbon, which means they contain a string of consecutive digits in any order, except you have to skip exactly 1 digit out of the middle. So instead of 4, 5, 6, 7, you'd have to do something like 4, 6, 7, 8. So none of these are allowed to be valid renbon at the end of the day. You have to skip something, but that's it.
So just so because I've never done one before, just to clarify, so like a 2-cell line would have to be, say,
They
1,
have
3.
to be. No, they could be any. Yes, they do have to be exactly 2 apart.
Okay.
So the first thing I notice is that this Z line between boxes 1 and 2 has to have both 4 and 6 on it. And so because it can't be all low or all high and it doesn't have a 5. If it were all low, it would be a valid renbon. If it were all high, it would be a valid renbon. So we know that there's no 4 6s on that length 2 1 and the length 3 1 below it. So I would probably mark that as being not 4 6.
So there's not actually a lot of things this can be. Is this just
it can't
7
be
9?
2 4? It can't be 6 8. Can't be 1 3. So yeah, it might just be 7 9.
I think
I was
it
going to
is.
mark it with every possible candidate and then whittle it down from there. But I think that is correct. That is just 7 9.
That's awesome.
And so now your length 4 renbon, I think, is forced. Because now this is missing a 5, so it's not missing an 8. So it is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, except it doesn't have a 5. So it's maybe there's 1 degree of freedom. So it's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. You can write that in there.
So surely then, if I'm understanding rightly, that means there must be a 5 on the 3-cell one in box. Am I understanding that correctly? There must be a 5 there, because if there wasn't a 5, then it would be 7, 8, 9, or 1, 2, 3.
That seems correct. Right. So yeah, so there has
So there's
to be
a 5 on this, so there's also a 5 on this.
And it must be going up, because it can't be going down.
Oh, this needs a 6 on it, so it's just completely forced.
Yeah. Right. Sorry.
This is just 2, 3, 4, 6.
Yep.
So the other is 5, 7, 8. I think. Because it can't have 2, 3, 4, or 6 on.
6. And so this is 5, 7, 8. I agree.
And so that puts a 7 with the 5 on the line in row 3. Just by Sudoku.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 1 is placed in row 2. Row 2, column 1.
Yep. If we get our digit dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
Chat notes that there are only 2 options for this. It's 4, 5, 7 or 5, 7, 8. But if it's 5, 7, 8, you can't put an 8 in row 1.
Yeah, if it's 5, 7, 8, then the thing is roped, except it's visibly not roped.
Yep. So this is 4, 5, 7.
So then 4 is in box 1 on the line. No, 4, yeah, just by Sudoku, 4 is there. So yeah. So
right.
That place.
So no
that
4
actually,
up here.
And 4 is in row 1, column 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Gotcha.
I'm debating if this length 3 line is 6, 8, 9, or if it can be something else. I don't think
think
it can
that's
be anything
anything.
else.
No, it can't
Because
be.
it can't have
This
a 1,
one?
2, or a 3 on it because 4 and 5 are both gone. Yeah, so this has to be 6, 8, 9.
And we know where the 8 is.
Nice. And that's the 8.
Yep, and now that tells you rules 6 out of some stuff in row 2.
6. So 6 is up here.
Yep. The remaining stuff in this box is a 2, 3 pair. In box 3, I mean.
In box 3.
So I think row 3, column 4 has to be 1 or 9. Because they're both in row 3.
Yep, we can't put 1 and 9 on the same Naptaneben.
Knap. Knap.
Knapp daneben. Yeah, that has to be 1 or 9. Just because 1 and 9
right,
are in
because
the
you
row.
can't put 1 or 9, so we have 1 and 9 in both of the. Gotcha.
Also, I don't think 8 can go on the Knaptaneben in box 3. In box 1 that's left.
If we
If
tried
8
to
does
put-
go there.
8.
Can you put 8,
Uh,
6?
6.
8, 6, what is the problem?
Oh.
5 and 9 are
Oh.
both gone in column 1.
I didn't see the 9 at the bottom there.
Yeah,
That was
so-
sneaky.
So yeah,
That's-
I think 8 is just placed there in row 3, column 1.
That's sneaky.
That's amazing. That's a beautiful line.
So there's a 6 on this line now for sure,
no,
just
5
by
or 7.
Sudoku. And the 6 goes with a 2 or a 3, and it certainly doesn't go with a 2. So it has to go with a 3.
And a 4? Because it can't go with a 5.
Yep.
Yeah, so these are 6, 3, 4. 3, 4, 6.
Yes.
And the 6 isn't
And
here.
that's the 4.
And that's the 4. We have pencil marks in box 1.
You have corner marked 4s. Yep.
Do.
Uh,
That too.
So that resolves that and resolves that.
Paul Fly, you should be proud of that step. That was beautiful setting.
If you
Remove the
pencil mark-
3 from row 2 in box 1 and resolve the Sudoku in the row.
Yes.
Yeah.
So no 2 here,
So
3
you can
there,
actually-
2 there.
And it's a 1, 2. You can resolve box 2, the 1, 9. Because it's a 1, 2, 9.
Yep.
9. So
And
this
assuredly
had
the
better be
9 doesn't go
9.
with the 1 or 2.
So doesn't that mean there has to be a 5 then?
Yep, there has to be a 5.
Yep.
And the digits are from 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually the 5 is that 5 places the 5 on the 1, 2 line.
There's
yeah.
a 5 on
Oh,
there's a 5 on this
Yeah.
one, and there's a 5 on this one. So
Right. 'Cause
5 is
in order
there.
to avoid being sort of a pure extreme thing, they need a 5, and so that places the 5. I love that. That's adorable. So that means this is a 3 or a 4 in
Oh,
this
you-
cell. Oh, and it's a 3 because there's a
3.
4 in the row.
Yes.
Okay.
We just
So
spotted that simultaneously.
this Daneban is sorted out.
Yep.
This Danny Ban is Danny Done.
Something like that.
Got the dead jokes.
This has a few options still.
Yeah. 875 or I guess 765.
Yeah, these C4 and 5.
So they're 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure.
Yeah. There's 6,
Because
7, 8,
you
9
can't
missing.
once you've skipped 2 things, then you can't go any lower than that.
Yep.
And there's definitely a 6 and a 9 on it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Martin has a good point about 1 in box 6. It can't be on the 4 cell line because
That's true.
You've
And
used
both.
the 5.
Yep.
Yep. So it's
So
placed.
one
Yep.
has to go here. That's very nice.
And so 1 is certainly in row 5 of box 5.
Yep.
Row 5, box 5 for the 1. The 1 doesn't go on a Canoptonabin with a 9. There's no reason it can't go in the middle cell, I don't think.
Oh, with
corner
a
mark
3.
1's there.
Yeah,
And then corner mark 1's. And so you have a 1-5 pair here.
This needs... Sure. This needs... Wait, what? That's not true.
No.
Oh, sorry.
This needs a 4 and a 6 on it to avoid...
Yes.
problems, so we know what it is. This is 4, 6, 7, 8 only.
Yep. And 9 is placed in the box from your pencil marks in box 4.
And that resolves the 5 in column 8 as well.
5 in column 8.
Because you've got a 4, 6, 7 triple looking up at a 4, 5, 7.
So that...
And also a 4, 6, 7 looking up at a 6, 9.
Yep. 9 and 6.
And also there's only 1 digit left in this box. So 2 is in
So this can't
row
have 6
5.
and
Sorry,
7
is in row
on
6.
it. So it must have an 8 on it.
That's right.
Sorry, what was the thing?
So these are a 1-2 pair is the point of at the end of the day, because where else are 1 and 2 going in the row?
So this has to have...
Yeah, the 6, 7.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
So it is 1, 2, 3 that are left in this column, which is very noteworthy.
So
because that's going to do something, presumably.
So this can't be a 1.
Yep.
But I think it could be 2 or 3.
I think both of those are still possible. Somewhat irksomely.
But it means you have an 8, 9 pair
8
down
is
here.
placed on here. Just by Sudoku.
You have an 8, 9 pair down here.
So there's no 7 on this line.
Which line are we talking? Oh,
the one I have circled. There's an 8 on here by Sudoku. And so there's no 7.
Poor
Yes.
Tristan. We're like rushing to keep up.
So this is a 6 is the point.
Yes. 6 with an 8, 9. I mean, it's cool that the deductions are coming so fast that
yeah. This is still an 8,
it's
9
hard to
pair.
keep up.
Mm-hmm. And is there any way that this is a 7? That sounds...
No.
3,
No.
4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's too many. So the 7 in the column is there.
So that's a 4.
Three could go with a 6. 2 could go with a 5. But this is 5 or 6 to make it work.
Yeah. Two, 3, 7.
2
That's
in
it.
column 1.
One of those.
Might as well fill in these 3 digits.
Sure.
3, 5, 7.
3, 5, 7. That's not the 5s. One of these is 5.
I don't think that.
How
can be
would
the
you have a
5, can it?
7 on this line? You can't have a 7
can't.
on this line.
No, because you would not have 6, 8, or 5 on it. 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 6, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, And I think it's the same with 3, isn't it?
If you had
But
3 on this line,
you couldn't have 1, 5, or 6, so it'd have to be 2, 4.
but that's fine. No, 2,
Right.
3,
You couldn't have 1, 5, or 6.
5, 6. So
Yeah,
3,
1, 5,
yeah,
6 leave
3
only
doesn't
2,
work.
3, 4 left. So yeah, so I think that is true.
So it is a 5.
But it can't, oh no, it could be 7, 4, 7, 5, 4. So there is a 4 on it, I think.
Well, it can't have both 7 and 4 on
It
it.
can't be 7, 5, 4.
I don't think it can have a 7 on it at all. Because if it has a
Wait,
7
oh,
on
yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
No, it
then
can't have
would
a
also
7.
have a 4.
It has a 4 on it, yeah.
So it definitely
so
has a
it has
4.
it has a
Oh.
4 and a 2. That's the only thing it can be.
Yep.
So that looks right. The other right.
So
So 6 and 4. So there's no 6 on this line. So this is 5, 7, 8.
why not 5, 3, 2?
Because
Chat
where
asks.
would you? No, 4 has to go on here by Sudoku.
Because there's a 3 by Sudoku where I've highlighted,
Well, there's a 4 by Sudoku.
which then makes
mean,
this a 7, and now that's a
This
3.
wasn't a 7 until we put a 4 on here. So
right.
you can't say that. But you have to put 4 here by Sudoku. So there can't be a 3.
Okay, yep. We just didn't say that, but that is correct.
So that's a 6 and a 3. This.
Oh, yeah. 5, 3, 2, that would be 7, and that would be 7, basically.
This can't have a 4 on it. So does it have to have a 5 on it?
So it has to have a 5 on it.
Why? Oh, no. I was going to say, why can't I have a 4 on it? But it's Sudoku.
Yep.
Yeah, so 5 goes here, and then so that's a 6, which means we need a 3 here.
Yes.
And that is a 2 to finish off row 7, column 3.
Let's see, 3, 5. Yes,
But
because
chat
it's not
is
a
telling
6.
us we broke the puzzle.
So it's a. Wait. 9 in row 6.
Places a second 7 in the box.
Oh shoot.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. That's right.
Yeah, we did something somewhere.
Let's go back.
Hey, Dragon Circle, welcome.
Are we confident up to here?
Oh, hang on.
Oh, 4 can
Why
go
did
over
you-
here. That's the point. 4 doesn't have to go on this by Sudoku. I was wrong.
I see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be it. Yeah.
But what we can do is place 9.
Yes. That would be easy. Yeah.
So that's a 7, that's a 3, that's a 7. That's a
That's a
4,
4.
and now this fills itself.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
So this is 3 and
3,
2. That's not 7. 9 and 7. 8 and 9.
5, 6,
Okay.
8 in the line in box 5.
5, 6, 8. And this is
1
1
and 4, and you know the order.
4.
And that resolves if you look up at the
2
box.
and 1.
So now this line in column 6 has a 3 on it. Just by Sudoku.
2.
That must
This
have
is 2 and what? What's left?
7.
7.
You
This
should
is
do the
forced, I
3.
think.
Yes, this is forced. Because there's a 3 on it, but no 4. So it's 3, 5, 6.
Yep. So that's an 8. And that's a 7.
Mm-hmm.
This
Hasn't. Oh, it's not as restricted.
5. No, this could be two different things, I think.
Could be 875. Could be 7.
The 8 in box 8 can't go on that line because the 8 would always have to go with a 6, and the 6 in the box is gone.
9 is just placed here.
So the 8 is corner markable. In fact, the 8 is placeable now if you...
9 is placed here by Sudoku.
The 8 has to go immediately below that, I believe.
Yes, because it can't go on the line.
Wait, could it go on the line if it went 875? Oh no, 875 is also not possible, right? Because 5 and 6 are gone is the point.
Yes.
So 8 is placeable, and that's going to resolve those whole columns. If you now look up,
yep,
and follow the Sven.
I got
Sven will never lead you astray.
No, I don't know.
And that is a something.
4.
2? No, 4.
Why don't you just mark the whole box? So that's probably a 1, 2, 4 line. If I were to speculate.
You can ruin the bet tree if you want.
We haven't put an 8 in row 7. So this is
There's
8
an 8
and
there.
so it goes 8 and this is
5.
a 5.
5 is the only thing it can be.
5.
Yeah, a 5 or a 10. Either way, it's a 5 because it's either a 5 or a doubled 5.
So that's a 6. That puts a 3 here. That's a 3.
Okay.
1, 2 pair gives a 7. That's a 2.
So that must have be 1, 4 as well, right?
4. Yeah, it can't be 3, 5. So it must be 1, 4. I think that's 1 and a 2. That's a 1.
Yep.
That's a 2. And now we can just mark these. And yeah,
and that's a 4 we know.
A 4, and now this can't be
gotta be a
6
1.
or 3, so it is 1. 6 and 3, and that's going to take us home. Oh, what a great puzzle.
Okay,
Very lovely.
Wasn't as bad as I thought.
I told you it wouldn't be.
I should have trusted the Tristan.
7.
7.
Congratulations to all the 7 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true.
Very nice. I really enjoyed
betting tree
that.
wishes, and you get points. So I mean, what more could you want?
Oh, so I already just got 722 points.
Nice. 14% of bettors.
So I think to wrap up, Ranksk just recently posted a 6x6 in the 6x6s. So it's a 6x6 entropic Renbon.
Interesting.
Oh, let me just turn my lights on behind me.
Do you have a clapper?
No, I have a Nest on my phone.
I see.
Oh, good grief.
It spells out 30.
This was set
Happy 30th
live.
birthday coming up, Tristan.
This was set live on stream.
Oh, nice. I didn't know Ranks still streamed Sudoku stuff.
He did actually for my Sudoku con donation. I had requested a solve of a video, and Ranks did a solve of a puzzle. So Ranks did my in or out ambiguity puzzle.
Nice.
I felt slightly bad. It took him about an hour and 45 minutes.
So I am seeing we have a 4 corner marked in row 6.
Let's see. So let's cover the rules quite briefly. We know Renbon are a set of consecutive digits in any order, and then these are entropic lines where you divide digits into 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, and each group of 3 consecutive digits on an entropic line has to be one of each. Because of that, Zeta was saying we can't have a 4 on this line, so we get a 4 over here.
Mm-hmm. So I guess does
Now,
this mean
oh, yeah. So if 4 was in row 6, column 1, I worry that that would do untoward things to our modular line by making that Renbon 1, 2, 3, but maybe not.
So
no?
this would
Actually,
be,
it breaks the entropic line
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant, the entropic line.
because if that were 4, you'd have to put 3 in row 2, column 1. Just from the
Yep.
entropic line.
Very nice. And you can't, so
2,
that does break the
3.
Renbon in a sort of roundabout way.
Yep.
Yep.
So
So, yeah,
that's
so the
not
4
4. That's 4. So it's mid 2, 3. So that's mid
It's 4 or 5.
3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Sorry, 3 or 4. 3 or 4, thank you.
So I would just highlight the rest of that line, Tristan. So row 6, column 1, and row 2, column 1 are the same entropy.
Yeah.
So these are all
Yep.
1 entropy. And these
I think
are
that
the
means.
other entropy.
So I think no matter what, that means row 1, column 1 is purple. Because if yellow is 5, 6, or 1, 2, then it has to join to a purple, right?
Well, this definitely can't be yellow.
And it can't be orange because orange is the other extreme.
Right.
And this one is going to be
2 oranges and a purple.
Yep. Agree. Yeah, so both oranges are on the Renbon. And so the Renbon is extreme. Also,
Which
if you want
means-
in row 6, you can color row 6 now because you actually, this was probably far easier than this point.
Mm-hmm.
You just know now that this is orange. Row 6, column
Right.
3 is orange.
this is I should have colored row 6, column 3.
Because it's the same as row 6, column 6. And so it can only be orange.
Yes.
Yep. Because we only get 2 of each color, and so that's yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Orange is probably not the best choice, since
Yeah.
orange is usually high.
Make it.
That's fair.
We're gonna make it blue.
Nice.
Oh, so then that means the 2 blues must be in 3 column 1 and 4 column 1. Because they both have to be on that Renbon. 3, yeah, those 2 are blue.
Right, because at least one blue, at least
So
the
that
blue in
means
row 2,
this
column
is
2
blue
on
and
there.
this is blue,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and this is purple.
and 3.
So this is yellow, and that's
This
3.
is yellow.
So these have to be 1, 2. Is that right?
Yep.
So blue is low, yellow is high.
And this is yellow while we're talking about things that are yellow.
Because
Because the column has an entropic line and everything else once.
yep.
Row 1, column 1 is still purple and 4.
Yep. And so this is a 5 now.
Yep.
This is now also yellow. Just by the row.
I love how Tristan and I are like moving on to digits and Zeta's like, remember the coloring.
And so it's a 5 because this is a 6 by that whole digit business.
How
So
dare we
that-
do digit?
So that's a 4.
Yep.
Mhm. And so this isn't yellow,
is-
so this is.
This is going to have to be 2, 3. So that's 1.
Yep.
That's
Yep,
2.
you
That's
can,
3.
You can place a 6 here.
That's 2. That's 4.
Yellow and purple.
6 to finish the box. 1 there. 3 to finish the box.
You can place the less yellow in column 3.
So that's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 3. That's a 5.
3 is placed in box 4.
That's a 5. 3 in box 4 there. So that's 3 and 4 goes here.
Mm-hmm.
Blue next to them.
And I know what it is.
So that's 1, 2, and 1. These are. This has to be yellow because these can't both be yellow. And
Yep.
so that's a 6, and these are a 2
One of
and
them
a
is
5.
and I know which one is a
So
5 even.
That's a 2. That's a 5. So wait, sorry.
That doesn't sound good.
There
we go.
So this is now a 6.
Yep.
And that is a
2.
2.
And it's 30, by the way, to celebrate Rank's 300th adventure puzzle.
1.
And so he didn't set this on stream. He set this in a video for the adventure series, which, by the way, if you're looking for accessible 6x6s, I highly recommend the adventure series. They are very fun.
I haven't set many 6x6s. In fact, I think the only 6x6s I set was that multi-grid puzzle I did where they were slingshotting into the other grids. I should do like a little vignettes type thing, perhaps.
That sounds like a good idea. I support nonsense with 6x6s.
Very nice.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank Tallcat hugely for joining us today.
Oh, I shall
Yes.
doff my hat.
Yes. Get to your full height. Get up to 7.5 feet or so.
Yes. But no, thank you for having me. That's a lot of fun as always.
And I'm glad to have been here at the same time you were on stream for
Yes.
after
Yeah.
some amount of near misses.
Mhm.
Yes, thank you, everyone, and welcome to all the new viewers. I saw a bunch of new screen names in chat today, so welcome to all of you.
Yes.
I hope you had fun. Please do like the stream, and please subscribe if you're new and you haven't yet subscribed to the channel. We always appreciate it, and hope to see you around more.
Ah,
Yeah. So I will be back streaming on Tuesday, 2 days from now. And Zeta will be back on Friday. And remember, we have a setting challenge going on. Details of that are in the Discord. If you're not sure where to find them, just ask. You can message me or Zeta, or ask on Puzzle Plaza, and the link to our Discord is down below. Anything else?
nothing from me. Thank you
Don't think
again.
So, just reminder that the deadline for submitting to the challenge is December 8th.
Yep.
So you've still got time, but not tons of time.
Yeah, a little less than 2 weeks.
And make sure your puzzles are tested.
Yes,
Yes.
please do make sure your puzzles are tested.
All
All
right.
right. You want to lead us out, Zeta?
Thank you so much to everyone. thanks to everyone who supports the stream. It really does mean a lot to us. We try and do as much as we can to sort of give back to the people who support the stream by letting people vote on puzzles we started with and thanking them on the splash screens or whatever. But anyway, if you want to support the stream, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. You can support us for as little as $5 a month, and then you get access to the Zach emotes. If you go a little above that, then you can get access to the voting booth, so to speak, for the puzzles. And for people who donate at the highest level, I like to read their names at the end because I stole that idea from Ransk. So thank you, Ransk. But our top tier supporters, or top level supporters, all of our supporters are top tier. But the people who support at the highest level are David, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, and Nell. Thank you so much to all of you. I look forward to seeing you all real soon. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
See you soon.